Hello, hello. How are we doing today? Let me just make sure I am being heard. I am. Yay. How are we doing today, folks? I am ready for court. I'm ready for court. I myself am in a bit of a mood, so I think today is a good day to do this day in court because boy were there moods. There were moods. Moods were happening. Hey Aggie, how are you? Crazy day is right. I will lose my job based on what I say today. Wow, threatened much? We are going to get into it. We are going to get into this wild, wild day in court. I'm scrolling right now to witness number one, who we saw Friday at the end of the day. He is back because the judge made a ruling that these messages can come in with this witness whose name, let me just John Diamandis. He popped in for a little bit of a voir dire for messages from Proctor. And boy, oh boy, did it go not the way the defense team probably imagined it to go. But you know what? This entire trial, the entire existence of this trial basically can be summed up with that. So we are going to get started. Once we get started, I have to just do a quick thing. It'll take like 5 minutes max, but I will be listening. And then I'll be right back. It looks like my internet is causing some issues, so I'm going to let that sort itself out as well. So far, we are going to hear from Diamandis with the text messages. We are going to hear from a former Canton PD officer who is going to set the stage aflame. And then we're going to hear from the dog bite expert for the defense as well. It's going to be an interesting day. So buckle up, put your open mind caps on, because we need to have an open mind here. There will be some odd feeling of adjustment. And then we're going to talk, we'll have questions, and we're going to figure out how we're feeling, where we're sitting at the end of each witness. And sort of the Proctor question is still on the table. After this first witness, I very much had okay, well, the text messages came in, but is still more that Proctor can say. We had Buchanan. We now have, once we watch it, some text messages, but we don't have the case manager, shall we, if we play his words, the case manager for the case sitting and representing their work on trial. Did Buchanan cover a good chunk of stuff? Yeah. Are some of these text messages going to cover some things? Yes. But we still do not have the case manager sitting down, looking the jury in the eye and saying, I was basically in charge, because he's not going to say I was in charge, but I was the manager. I was the manager, and anyone who's had a job understands the process of management. And so we don't have that. We do not have that. Will we get that? Maybe. I believe this is the start of week 7 for this trial. So it's got to be soon if we're going to get it. So the big question still lingers over this case is, will Proctor take the stand? Will he be called? If not in the defense case, in the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. Interesting thought. So I'm going to pop over, get this started. My internet decided that they weren't, it was not going to be a happy situation. So let's see what is happening here. Let's give me 1 second. I'm just gonna be right back. I'm gonna put my be right back screen up, and then hopefully it's fixed.
Morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
Sir, do you know former Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not asking you for names, but if you can tell me, where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter. Would have been the last one from Friday. It's triple N and Nancy. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the purpose of handling
Yes.
this? And I've handed you what has been marked triple N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay. And when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain on Friday, did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked triple N for identification?
Yes.
In order to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
Not
And so it would have
necessarily.
been you who sent that message.
Yes.
And having reviewed the content of that text chain, we were able to identify which entries were typed and sent by Michael Proctor.
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that.
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number,
Yes, or a nickname.
and actually, even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So 3 of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see 2 on the first page here.
Do you see?
Oh, third on the bottom. Yes, I see 3.
So you see
Yeah,
3 there.
Yes. Yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
Yes.
And 1 local user.
Correct.
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
Correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear.
Chip, C-H-I-P,
Yes.
and Bear, B-E-A-R.
Correct.
Bear. It's a strange nickname, in my opinion. Bear.
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on N for identification?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our.
Sorry, my internet's going wonky, so I'm just going to pause for a second. Bear is an odd nickname, in my opinion. It kind of raises some questions for me as to where it came about, because I would love to know the origin of Bear as a nickname. I can see Chip. I can see Chip. I don't know. I would still like to know the origins of that nickname too. But it's a little interesting. And I do just need my internet to be good. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't do anything different. Okay. I think it is evening itself out. Alrighty. Let's get back into it.
Discussions outside the presence of the jury?
Okay.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes. Exhibit 209. Thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Right.
Could I have exhibit 209 when it's ready, please? Thank you.
So the defense used this witness to admit these messages. Their ultimate plan was not, because it didn't happen, was not to have this individual read these messages. These messages are quite nasty from Proctor. Proctor is very clear in his opinions when it comes to a person of interest in the case. And he is freely sharing them on an open case with other folks. Yannetti did not have him read these messages, but Brennan will.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
On Friday, I saw you. We didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years.
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am.
Are you still close with him?
I am.
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years.
Correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did.
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes.
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No,
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did.
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes,
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
there are.
Was it about
Yes.
this case here?
It was.
Yes.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes.
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
Correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate?
Just because he did not respond does not, in my opinion, as just someone, does not mean that he disagrees or is disappointed in those text messages. He didn't voice either way. He just allowed them to exist.
Appropriate comments?
Objection. Maybe please.
And we're gonna boot, scoot, and boogie right past these sidebars.
Sir, do you know if Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
I do.
Did he tell you why?
It was in connection to this case.
Also, one of my things is if a juror is currently sitting here and believing Proctor to be deceased before, so Brennan just had, are you still friends with him to this day? Yes. So that should cure any of the confusion. But before that, if any of these jurors had the question of, is Proctor even still alive? He is. He is alive. And this man is not sitting here and saying, oh, I miss my friend. He's sitting here, I'm still friends with him. I'm still friends with him. But I think that's going to solidify the question with the jurors of why did we not hear from him?
Case, I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are in exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
Did you ever say
Any
don't
approach?
say that?
Yes.
Handed you exhibit 209?
Thank you.
He's like, why? Why are you giving these back to me? He does not want to be here. He clearly does not want to be here.
There's a full number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry. On the first page on the bottom of the page.
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it?
Oh, yes. And then it's blacked out next to it.
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There are
Phone
numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as a group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
That's a lot of
I'd
messages.
like you to look at the third text message that begins
That's a
with
lot
Chip.
of messages.
Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And at the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And does he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one.
She died of cancer and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group sends a message. What do they say?
What? Sorry, I need to go.
And
What
what
did
does
he
Mr.
say?
Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one.
She died of cancer and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group.
I don't think that's how that went down.
Sends a message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Overdosed on
Mid-40s.
her grave?
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
What does that
Do you know
even
what that's
mean?
about?
I do not.
You can turn the page ending bottom right 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question.
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
fault.
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
And what does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor,
Couldn't open it either.
do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
I'd like you to
I
turn
love
forward
that.
to bottom right 3-1.
It is spreading like wildfire, especially now that we are inching closer and closer to deliberations. Like we're getting every day, we're moving closer to the jury finally being able to deliberate. We're only day 2 in the defense's case, but yeah, it is spreading and it's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's wild.
Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's 2 responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
I am aware of these messages. A lot of people are not. Some people are watching this trial for the first time. And that message right there is a key moment for me and one of the reasons why so many people care and are paying attention to this case. I'm sure the homeowner will catch some shit too. The response is nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too. Nope. He's Boston PD.
PM, did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's 2 responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
You can turn to the next page, ending on
Period.
33.
Period. Nope. Off scot-free. Period. Not involved. Just an odd coincidence. Nope. We checked them out. They're good. Nope. Boston PD. Nope. Oh, he's
This is
so
January
mad.
29,
He's
2022,
so
at
annoyed.
10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's 2 comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat?
She waffled him is I would have loved if Proctor was reading these text messages, because last trial we heard messages from his mouth. This trial we have yet to hear his voice at all, and now we don't hear messages from his mouth. These are his words that I would love for us to hear him say, the jury to hear him say these words. She waffled him, referring to a Boston police officer who died. She waffled him. If it is so easy to dismiss the due respect, I don't think you're in the right career. If you are so comfortable with speaking this way of a fellow law enforcement officer, someone who is, you knew immediately, someone who is highly regarded in this community, I don't think you're a good person. And is this trial if Proctor was a good person or not? No. But will, if Proctor is a good person or not, have an effect on the outcome? Yes. 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 Because how bad of a person was Proctor when it came to actually investigating? Did he carry through all of this bias? Did he carry through all of this bias into the actual investigation? Or was this him just blowing off steam as boys do, right? Of course.
You get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page, ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m., running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him.
And Mr. Proctor's 2 responses?
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does... Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple of fans back here. It's just difficult to hear.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault.
It is your fault. It is your fault because we asked you already. Not that it should be taken into consideration when it comes to him actually testifying, but we've already asked you.
So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 35. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m.
Oh, he's mad.
Person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? What does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again.
Gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
Mr. Proctor's 2 responses.
He wasn't in the drive. What is happening here? It's immediately there is incorrect, like there's incorrect information and confusion. It's immediate how the confusion already starts. It's so readily available of why things are confusing in this case, because even the man who is the case manager is throwing things out like, oh, he was frozen in the driveway. Nowhere near the driveway.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
The next one.
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 36.
Oh my
These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. 39 seconds. The first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m. 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And
What's the
what's
blueprint?
the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Not Cat. It's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
Would it
Recuse themselves,
Thank
excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves?
Yes.
And then comment by somebody in the group.
Laughed at. Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment.
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds, there's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops.
Next comment by Bird,
Something stinks.
and the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence is gotta be. And finally, the last comment on that page,
She hot at least.
that's a question mark.
Yes.
Turn the page, please. Ending in 38. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Let's begin with comments from.
I need to reiterate, these messages happened the night of January 29th. The sun rose on January 29th. It was rising when they found John O'Keefe on the lawn. And an hour after the sun set, almost, Proctor was in the group chat saying all of these things. He hasn't even had the case for 24 hours.
From Mr. Proctor.
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to?
You are comfortable reading everyone else's words. That's my problem. So I saw some people giving him a little bit of grace here, like, oh, these are my words. They're bad words. They're nasty words. They're mean words. They're cruel words. That's fine. But you are friends with the man who wrote these cruel words. You were fine reading other people's words moments ago. Just this entire, I'm in a mood, so like I'm giving no leniency today. You were fine reading the nice words. You were fine reading the kind of not so nice words. You were fine reading the iffy, confusing, I don't understand what's happening, give more details, what's the tea words. But now that there's a naughty word, these aren't your words and you don't want to read them. I'm just saying, like, you're fighting now for it, and he has the right to. These are really nasty words, and they aren't his words, and that's fair. But you were fine reading the not terribly awful, on the level of diabolical words just now. Just now. You sent one message in this entire section of this group chat that you were handed, that was deliberately chosen for the time period necessary for this case, for this trial. And you have a problem reading those words. But you don't have a problem being friend to the person who wrote those words, to the person who meant those words, to the person who sent those words to multiple people, to the person who sat here a year ago and read those words out loud in a court of law. You are still friends with that person, but you don't want to read his words. You read some of his words already, but you don't want to read the bad ones. I can see why now he would bring it up. I don't want to say these nasty things. That's terrible. I'm sure. Here I am out on a limb again saying that he's probably not as nasty. He had no response to any of these gross text messages. That's fine. He also didn't have a response with saying, hey, these are gross messages. Why are you saying these gross things about a suspect so soon after getting the case? You didn't say anything. You didn't stand up to it. You also didn't acknowledge it. You didn't thumbs it up. You didn't ha at it. You didn't like a message. You didn't respond, but you didn't say anything. You didn't say anything. Did you have the alerts off of this group chat? I have questions, and it's not me saying he's a bad guy who has anything to do with this. Not saying that, but I am saying that now you don't want to read his words. I'm also in a really wild mood right now. So let's continue on. They're going to go to sidebar.
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
They're going to go to sidebar.
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time?
I did not.
Thank you. Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time.
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them.
No.
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours.
But you didn't. But you didn't denounce them as they were coming into your phone, or when you woke up in the morning, because these were late at night. You didn't denounce them, but you don't condone them, and that's fine. You don't have to. This guy's not on trial. He is testifying, but I don't think it's fair to say that you didn't. Okay, well, you didn't acknowledge them. Okay, yeah, but I also didn't condone them. Like you didn't say, don't say that. You didn't stand up for the accused in any way, shape, or form, which you wouldn't do. I wouldn't expect him to do that in this group chat with Chip/Bear and all of his other probably law enforcement buddies. And they all grew up together. But it just, I don't know, it feels weird to be like, oh, well, you didn't acknowledge it, so you don't condone it. Yeah, of course he's not gonna sit on the stand and be like, oh yeah, no, I'm super down with this. Because
I'll say the words and I'm going to ask you if I'm
it's a
reading
little
accurately. Is that
frustrating.
better?
And I think
Yes.
Is that a fair
some
way to do it?
jurors
Yes, it is.
are
Thank you.
gonna
Okay.
get it. Everyone's in group chats. So
On January
Brennan's gonna
29,
read.
2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds. And this page ends at 11 p.m., 6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 38. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
He then says,
Brennan. Brennan, say the word. Say the word. Hold on. So here's another issue. Here's an issue already. Say the word, Brennan. This is your teammate. This man's on your side. This is your dude. This is your case manager. You two work for the same end goal. Say the word. Brennan, Proctor tried that on stand last year too. And judge said, did you spell it out or did you say it? I say it, and say it here. Say the word, Brennan. I mean, YouTube doesn't like that word, but say the word.
whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
He then says, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. Are those the words that he wrote?
Those are the words.
There's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 39. These begin on January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor responds, zero chance she's skated. She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes,
Is that what he said?
it is.
And then one person in the group says, no ass bitch. Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Yes.
I think it's a great lesson to learn that text as if you might be reading it
Turn
in
to a
court one
page that
day.
ends in 4-3.
There's always a chance. There's never not a chance.
You ready?
Yes.
Somebody in the group says, is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, EH,
Yes.
nutbag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot,
Yes.
leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
And then a person in the group says, what are you guzzling on? And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the
Oh,
page.
yes. Yes. Beginning of the page.
So
Yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages.
Correct.
And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, what are you guzzling on?
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022. And that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you can turn to page that ends on with numbers 44.
Yes.
And this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24. Mr. Proctor says, nothing, writing a warrant.
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor?
No,
What's
But
the
you're still friends with
YouTube
him?
video?
I am.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever
He just said, "Are you still friends with him?" He said, "I am." And then a very exaggerated, slow exhale. I want Yannetti to come up here and say, after going back through these text messages, do you still plan on being friends with Proctor? After learning why he was fired, do you still plan on being friends with Proctor? He's not going to.
in your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No,
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
Mr. Proctor,
Is it normal for Proctor to speak like this about the suspects of the cases that he is case manager on?
was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Sir, at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory one way or the other.
At the time Michael Proctor was texting these messages
No, it was
to
not.
you and your other high school friends, were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And
Yep.
you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
So the answer will stand as a word.
Were you aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
You're not aware that he was fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
Well, you're aware now. And he wasn't just fired because of the text messages. Brendan's going to try to make it seem like the dude got, like, he was unjustly, unfairly fired because he sent a text message calling a suspect a CUNT. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so dramatic. State troopers, golly, God, they really just like are so dramatic. Like, you have to be so perfect. No, you just have to not be a total asswipe.
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he
Does
was
he
not
not-
fired?
So he's super, I am, like I said, I'm sorry. I'm on one right now. So he's super cool with sharing information about cases that he's investigating, but he wasn't comfortable enough to share all the reasons why he got fired with y'all. You guys not that tight? You guys not that tight? There wasn't a message that you remember where he's like, dude, all these things, they like really laid it on me. They said I was like unbecoming, blah, blah, blah. Nothing. So he's cool with sharing information about other people's cases, but he's not cool about information about his case being shared. I get it.
Fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know that.
All right. So, sir, I'm going to let you step down. And then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time that text messages came in. You can leave them right with Madam Court Reporter.
Thank
And you're all set. Thank you.
And she's
Folks,
just going
previously, they're
to read the text messages up to you to decide who actually sent them, all those things, blah, blah, blah. We've
Of
heard
what
this a
the
couple
state
of
of-
times.
Yep.
State of mind, etc., etc. All right, next witness.
Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Kelly Dever, last name Dever.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time? When
you
I was
worked for the
employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department
Yes, I was.
as a sworn police officer?
Yes,
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question.
Oh,
I
geez.
got to finish the question, then you can answer it. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023. Does that sound right? About right?
I know it was the summer of 2023. So
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
yes, because I've never seen it before.
Oh,
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay.
I
I want to
slowed
direct your
down.
attention,
I slowed down just a little bit because things are happening.
Officer
You're gonna get a
Dever,
little heated.
to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift. So yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening in the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that, the nature of the call, and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes. So I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place. So I was already at the station.
Did you note whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was
No
at that time?
foundation for it.
No.
Do you now? At least
Because of
familiar
this
with the
case,
name.
yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained is to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood.
Fair.
Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Does he
Yes.
look that
Who's Kenneth
different?
Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you looked at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally port, for instance?
So 2.5 years since
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
2.5 years is not that long of a time. Do you not remember recognizing internal? So what has happened in 2.5 years? What? Okay, so this is Kelly. She was a Canton PD officer during the John O'Keefe night. So they received a call, 911 received a call. She was in the parking lot, either coming back or was about to do or hanging out to do the patrol. When they got the call, she probably wasn't moving because of the snow. So she was probably like, okay, if you need me, I'm ready type of thing. They got the call, 911 got the call, hey, body in the snow, blah, 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 blah. Good, Sarah, whoever was like, hey, come on back in, take over dispatch so we can go out to this call. She said, bet, I'll be there in 13 seconds. I'm walking in now. She sits down and they all go out to take this call. And so Jackson is just simply asking her, what's in this room? What is it? What does the dispatch room look like? Chairs and computers. Great. Thank you. The sass is beginning. She is annoyed. She's frustrated. But now she is still currently a Boston police officer. So she no longer works for Canton PD. She works for Boston PD. Your bosses are watching, right? And I don't mean that in the sense that it's going to come up later in the form that it's going to come up later, but your bosses are watching you testify. It is part of your job as an officer to take the stand. It's part of your job description. You may need to testify in whatever it is that you are doing, have done, whatever case may be. So you being this overly defensive and sassy minutes in to you taking the stand, I understand that you had to come in on Friday and they didn't get to you. I know it was annoying. I get that. But you doing this right now is it's turning me off. It's probably turning a few jurors off as to why are you acting like this right now? What are we missing? What don't we understand? Why are you so annoyed? We haven't done anything. Just give us the information. Don't care about Jackson. Give us the information. We just want to know. We just want to know things because we want to figure out who done it. And if Karen Reed actually did it or not. And should she be held accountable for the thing that happened? Just talk to the jury. Don't do this. Don't do this. This don't do.
So let her finish her answer and then ask.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do
Why
you
is she
recall
being like
from
this?
the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
Jackson's probably sitting there like, well, I knew you were going to be a tough witness, but I didn't think you were going to be this tough. Damn. Like, holy camole.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in Sally Port at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sally Port?
A Sally Port is a garage, essentially.
Okay.
I'm sorry, a
You're
what?
aware that Sally Port garage, Sally Port.
A Sally Port is a garage, essentially.
You're aware that Sally
Okay, ma'am. And I'm only doing this to her because she's going to have a little quip about words in a second. It's garage, not garage. There's only one R. There's only one R. And that's just simply because of her sass level.
Sally Port garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sally Port garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
Whoa.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent knowledge. Okay? And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right.
The immaturity is pissing me off. You are a Boston police officer and you are huffing and puffing and rolling your eyes at the judge. The immaturity is setting me on fire. All right. You are like a kid in a store who is throwing a tantrum because they can't get the chips that they want. Ma'am, a little decorum, please. A little decorum. A little decorum. A little decorum.
There were cameras in the Sally Port.
Thank you.
Yo, y'all, if y'all are in Boston, if y'all are in Boston and you get pulled over and she pops out, you're screwed. You are screwed. You better hope that your license, registration, insurance date is all no, there's no leeway. You are screwed. You better hope that every single light on that car works. Even you better no, you are screwed. Y'all, if you are in Boston, you gotta make sure everything's up to date, because if she's pulling you over, you're screwed. You are screwed. Screwed. She don't give any fucks.
Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection, this isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions. Not, I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
But do you see how Judge Cannoni said to Jackson, no comments? She didn't say that at all. A full day, almost over a full day of Brennan making little comments and quips. She didn't say any of that to Brennan. Not even a little bit. Not even in a nice tone.
Do you want to be here today now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You have never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand.
It's a little
No.
argumentative.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
Now it's part of my job.
You're a professional
Here it
police
is.
officer, correct?
Correct.
That means
She
you're
looks
a
like the
professional
daughter.
witness,
Yes,
correct?
she
In
does.
the crimes that I've gone on the stand
does.
before.
She
Yes,
does.
I have been.
And you understand the oath.
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection,
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand? As a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see it's for just
Sure.
Of course you do. Of course you do. That is fine. Boy, is she sassy. There is fire there. There is sass being thrown right back at Jackson. She's huffing and puffing. She's clearing her throat. She's rolling her eyes. She doesn't want to be there at all. Just say you don't want to be there. It's fine. It's okay. No, of course I don't want to be here. I'd rather be out protecting the streets of Boston. Say something that's going to keep you in good light with the jurors. No, I don't want to be here. No, I don't want to be here. Why? I don't want to be here because I have no connection with this case. I was simply called off of patrol to take over 911 phone calls, and everything else was handled by everyone else. And I was a low man on the totem pole, and I didn't touch this case with a 10-foot pole. And I am now a Boston police officer, and I want to go protect the streets of Boston. I want to go do my job in Boston. I don't want to be here, part of this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to be a part of this. I had no part in it. I don't want to be a part of it. Fine, be real. The jurors are real humans. Tell them the real stuff. Honestly, I'd rather have a day off just in general. But I don't want to be here on my day off. I don't want to do this on my day off. Yes, testifying is stressful. Yes, like just be honest, be a real person, and look at Miss Little's bangs.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that, one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was
Didn't say
a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an
I don't
assumption.
remember.
I'm not asking you for an assumption now. I'm asking you, did
Just
one of
say
the feeds, now we're talking about the camera, the other side of the camera is the
I
feed.
don't remember. It was too long ago. I've
Do you
forgotten.
recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
No, my God.
A clarification.
How long?
So look, I don't know what that means. So what do you
I
mean
don't
you're
know what that
going to go with
means.
Yes, is your answer yes?
Thank you, Judge Beverly Cannoni, finally for stepping up. She did it before. But like, come on. I need you to admonish this witness in front of the jury in a like a strong way. To like answer the goddamn questions. If you don't remember, you don't remember. But like, come on. Come on. I'm gonna go with yes. It's crazy. It's crazy from a Boston police officer. I'm gonna go with yes. This is at 1.25 speed, and she's thinking.
Yes.
Thank you. What time about did you take over the dispatch desk?
Why was that so hard? That's a question that I'm asking. Why was that so difficult just now? Holy crap.
I'm asking you for an assumption now. I'm asking you.
I went
did
back
one
a
of the
little bit.
feeds- Now we're talking about the camera. The other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
What?
Okay.
A clarification.
How long?
So look, I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Holy- Holy shit. Oh my God. Bro, why? I just want to know why. I just want to know, why was that so difficult? Why was that so difficult? What were you going through in your brain? What were you flicking through? What were you reading? What were you listening to? What were you rehashing in your brain that made that difficult to answer? What was it? I just want to know. I just want to know.
What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
And Aggie, before we even get to that, her job is at risk right now for being this this diabolical on the stand. Like her job is at risk, and we're gonna get to that. We're still in. We just got her on the stand. We haven't gotten to the juicy details yet. But just having that like solid 10 seconds of not quite being able to say the word yes is so odd. And I think the jury's going, what's going on? What's happening? What do you mean? That was weird. That was strange. That was odd. That's a little concerning. Your attitude is a little concerning. Why wouldn't you want to be here? Why would you not? What do you have against justice? Why don't you want to be here? Why don't you want to be here in such a way where it's making you act like this? And we haven't even seen the switch up between direct and cross. We haven't even seen the attitudinal switch up. It's insane. It's absolutely bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers.
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out. So I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
No.
Not to support the investigation. I was just
No,
on
not
overtime.
yet.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that
We're
day.
getting there.
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
We're just on direct, like just getting to know the time frame of everything. Haven't quite gotten there yet,
I
but we
believe
will.
the shift ended at
Coming up.
3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct? I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Okay,
Did
what is
you
your regular
observe
shift
anything
end?
unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sally Port while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously.
What?
I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever,
All right, so we're gonna pause before Jackson has a little palpitation. I'm just gonna go back 10 seconds and let's go into normal speed. There's moments I like the normal speed. There's moments where I like how she actually speaks.
So we've discussed this.
All right,
observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sally Port while you were on that shift?
Okay, so the question is, did you see anything in the Sally Port? You know, you're in the 911 room. There's a video. Did you see anything weird when you were on that shift in the Sally Port? And this, hey Ray, what's going on? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And this is her response, a Boston PD officer who worked for Canton PD at the time of John O'Keefe's murder, at the time of the investigation, the 911 calls, etc. This is how she responds. Oops, sorry, I hit the wrong button.
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
What the fuck? What the fuck? You don't remember nothing? You don't,
Sever.
Okay. Been advised that would be a lie because I have received things from the defense which have enhanced my distorted memory or filled in blanks essentially. So I can't say what I remember because I've seen things. So I can't remember past the things that I've seen, and I can't unsee the things that I have seen. Distorted, but full of details and facts. This is very telling. This is just, okay, everybody. I mean, if you don't have your seatbelts on, get them on. And I think everyone needs a vodka tonic right now because what the hell is happening? Let's hear how he responds.
I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you?
prior
Let
to
me
the
ask you a
first
question. Did you observe
to-
something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
Anything
Given
weird?
factual information that makes it so I know I did not. No.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
No.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were
FBI,
advised during the course
FBI,
of that interview on
FBI.
August
The FBI. So she had an interview with the FBI. She never had an interview about this case with anybody else other than the FBI. She needs to fix her face. Damn. I'll be looking like that sometimes too. I was probably looking like that today. Look at that.
August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
August.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was providing factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand?
Okay. So she made a statement. And then someone showed her something to prove that her statement was wrong. So she retracted it. Because it's just, I'm sorry, I'm pausing, and it's making it hard to take in. The FBI is in.
In conversation, I
Okay.
advised
During the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was providing factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so what was that? We're gonna find out. But what was that? What was it? She lied in good faith. It's interesting when she is taking the stand and saying, "Oh, it's been 2.5 years, right? So my memory is no good." Okay. Why was that not your response when the FBI spoke to you? Whatever that date was. Why would you not say that same thing when, oh, it's been so long? It's been 1.5 years. It's been 2 years. It's been 8 months. My memory is not good. My memory is too unclear. I can't give you specific details. I spoke to their legal team. Ma'am, you're not making yourself out to false memory equals a lie. Knowingly saying something and knowingly knowing. My body is on fire today. Like my brain, I literally can't slow my brain down. The ADHD it's happening. It's like I have HD, high def ADHD right now. It is my body is I have so much things happening inside of my bones. She's trying to blame defense for her lies. Seriously, she is. She's trying to blame the defense, but what in reality is happening right now is her lie swooping right around and biting her in the ass. And it's on stage in front of millions of people for the whole world to see. And there's so much is a problem here, because if we have one officer who is capable of saying something that is not true on a report, in a statement, to their boss, to the FBI, to the whoever, I don't know, to this goddamn CIA, and then saying, "Oh, I'm now being shown something that makes my statement false, incorrect, not true. I'm going to retract my statement because even though I made it in good faith, I believed it to be true." Ma'am, if your eyes deceive you, maybe policing isn't the right career path. Not saying she shouldn't be an officer. I don't know her personally, but so far, her being faced with an opposition, her being faced with a wall, her being faced with an issue, she is giving this. She's giving, I'm throwing a tantrum. It may not be a physical tantrum. I throw physical tantrums. You just saw me throw a physical tantrum. I'm literally vibrating right now. If I could flap my arms right now, I would. She is throwing a maturity tantrum right now because she's being faced with her own actions. That's crazy.
They did. You threatened to
The
charge.
poor FBI. They're like, dude, we literally told you, like, don't lie to us. Like, we're just trying. Can you just not lie to us? Like, we could literally put you in jail. Like, we can arrest you. It's a crime to lie to me. Could you guys just tell me the truth? And everyone's like, actually, no, we're never going to tell you the truth. Actually, I would love for you to never know the truth. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. Are you kidding? No, they have been lied to by almost everybody. Almost everybody has just been so super chill with lying. And that just goes to show, if you're cool with lying to the FBI, like, are you kidding me? If the FBI knocked on my door and they're like, you need to tell me the truth right now about this day and everything you did, I'd be like, oh my God, I woke up. Let me go back and figure out, oh my God, like the pressure, the immense pressure would only allow me to tell the truth. Would only allow me to tell the truth. But that's just, I also would have probably nothing to gain by lying to the FBI. So who has something to gain by lying to the FBI? Any cases she testified in should be looked at again. I'm sure some of her bosses, when she was taking the stand, I'm sure some of her bosses were doing a little bit of a scramble activity when she was testifying.
To charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't. And I the statement of mine was a false memory. It was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Zimmer, did you?
A false memory. Sorry, I just put a cheese in my mouth. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten all day. I made it, but only for a second because my bosses suck. Quit. It's good to see you, Vicky. A false memory is something so wild. It's like alternative facts, you know? It's giving that vibe. What was the whole Levia, she's quitting? Yay! We love a quitting queen. You're allowed to quit. And you're supported. There's been studies of false memories. I'm sure there've been studies of false memories. There have also been just people who were told to say things and then they go, uh-oh, I better say that. Because if I don't, what was the point of going to the police academy and putting in a couple of years here? Uh-oh, I better say something. Uh-oh, I better not say that.
Did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I am so sorry. And I know it's me right now. It is me. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back like 20 seconds. I'm going to go back 20 seconds and I'm not going to pause. It is Alan Jackson. Yes. I'm going to go back 20 seconds. I'm not going to pause. We're watching at normal speed. I'm going to go back. I'm not going to pause. I will by myself have a freak out. And then when there's a good moment to pause, I will pause. That's what I'm going to do. 10, 15, 20, 20.
Is that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team, Because of the fact I was provided factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this.
You threatened to charge me with perjury before the first trial if I didn't do this now. So many things wrong with this. So many things wrong with this. I'm freaking out, man. I'm freaking out. You threatened to charge me with perjury. Alan Jackson can't do that. Yannetti can't do that. Alessi can't do that. They're defense attorneys. They defend people who were threatened with crimes and criminality and charges from the district attorney's office. Your friends, your teammates. Alan Jackson doesn't press charges against someone. He's a literal, the thing that he does is the name of his job. Defense. He defends those who were charged. He goes up against the district attorney who says, charge them. I mean, in way more steps, etc. But sometimes it's you charge them. Sometimes it's just as easy as that. But a lot of times there's way more steps. Alan Jackson isn't going, I'm charging you with perjury. You crazy person. That's what I'm doing. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing that happens. And also, we're in trial number 2. There may be some jurors that may not realize this now. And if they do, I really hope they're not the ones deliberating. We're in trial number 2. She didn't appear at trial number 1. So how is he going to threaten you with something to do with the second trial before the first trial? All of your things don't make sense. None of them make sense.
A timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you. They never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained as to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they?
Okay, well, Judge Beverly Cannoni is exhausted and she is tired of it all. And I think she might too just be utterly annoyed at this witness. Rightfully so. I think we all are. I think the jury's going, the fuck?
They advise you of anything. Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
I don't give a rat's little tiny ass if you had a willing conversation. Any conversation with an FBI agent that's taking goddamn notes, they're going to say, by the way, like if you lie to us, if you make a statement to us and it's a lie, that's a criminal offense. It's illegal. I'm sure. Oh, did you also get an FBI agent who was born, raised, and trained as a law enforcement agent from Canton PD? Because this is giving very Canton PD vibes. This is giving very, just talk to me. No, I'm listening. Oh, I don't need to take notes. Record it? No, I don't need to record it because I don't believe you. So willingly lied. She had a conversation. Willingly had a conversation, right? And then it turns out, whoopsies, one of my memories was false. Whoopsies, oopsie doodles. One of my memories was false. So much so, where they were able to be like, oh, hey, by the way, you lied. let me retract my statement. Let me retract my willing
I don't
memory.
recall. Okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
Okay,
wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you, in fact, saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sally Port with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
You can finish this question.
He's like, you may sustain, but I will finish this question, and we will finish it in just a second. Federal criminal offense. If she can't recall the truth, and she shouldn't ever testify in trial. And that's exactly why she is testifying in this trial in the defense's case in chief. And it's exactly why she is testifying, because the defense subpoenaed her and said, get on that stand. Jackson is going to utilize that shared viewpoint in front of the jury. She's having a hard time just remembering anything. Ooh! Okay, this is crazy. It's absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd.
Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sally Port together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that.
Child. Okay. All right. The question was not objected to in the finality of it. Therefore, it is on the record. It is there, and her response stands. And we're going back and listening to that.
Enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sally Port together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time.
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that.
Here's an issue that we have right now. So, how are we able to acknowledge that that is an actual lie? Well, if her shift ended at 3:45, say she went, changed, got a cup of coffee, and skedaddled 4 o'clock, the SUV is not even there. The SUV is not even there yet. SUV is not even there. So she had. So did she? So if it's a lie, why would she say that in the first place? How was she able to come up with those two people going into the Sally Port for a wildly long time? So is it possible that what you now recall also to be a false memory? I feel like she's just a false, like Kelly's just a false memory to everyone. Like we're just like no, this is all false. Like all those details can't be a false memory. Remember she worked overtime. Her shift was supposed to end in the morning because I think she was doing an overnight shift, and she stayed until 3:45. But the SUV did not show up until much later. And by much later, I mean like an hour or something. So did she stay even later than 3:45? And if not, why would she even have a memory at all of two very specific people, going into the Sally Port for a wildly long amount of time? Was this a memory from her next shift? Did she hang out until her next shift? I'm missing information, Jackson. I need more information. I need more information about, okay, well, when did your next shift start? Did your next shift start at 5 p.m.? Did you just hang out? Did you go get some dinner and hang out in the break room? Were you walking around looking at cameras? Like, I need information. Obviously she's saying that was a false memory, aka lie. Did someone tell her to say that? If so, why? Why did she say that? She falsely remembered the SUV. So I don't understand. Like, is it a false memory because it actually happened the next day? Or is it a false memory because you are remembering everything else incorrectly? Did you stay until 3:45 or did you stay until 8:45? Did you misread your time clock? How was it a false memory? You remembered it incorrectly, but what about it was incorrect? Like, what about the memory was incorrect? What did you remember incorrectly? Did you incorrectly remember the person, the people, the SUV, the Sally port, the time, the day? What about it was incorrect? Did you just made it up? You're very creative. She saw it on the camera feed from the Sally port. When were you sitting there and watching the camera feed of the Sally port? Because if it's just because that happened on a different day, then it's not, then that lie to me doesn't sit as, oh, she's lying. She just mixed up the days because the car was there for days. She falsely remembered everything. I think she falsely remembered everything. All of it. I guess, like, all of it. I don't know. I have so many questions, and I think this is a moment for the jury to go, don't get mad, ask questions. I really hope some jurors are not getting annoyed, are not getting frustrated like us, because we're getting frustrated. Okay, I'm not gonna speak for you. I'm getting frustrated. I started my day frustrated. I want the jury to say, these are good questions to ask about everybody and their
At the time, that is what I
information
recollected.
Okay.
and their memory. Because I think it's fair to say, I don't know, that was almost 3 years ago, my guy. A lot of shit's happened, you know? I'm at a different department. I got rear-ended, you know? I had a knee injury. I went through surgery. I moved house. You know, like, I did all of these things. I don't remember how many computers were in the room. I think that's fair. But it's the way she said it. It's the way she's physically existing right now that is pissing people off. Me in particular. You rolled your eyes at Judge Cannoni, right? Now I get it. We're all rolling our eyes at Judge Cannoni. Fair. But I wouldn't if I was on the stand. I wouldn't huff and puff. It's so much more than just her words. False. All right, let's get this back into not that.
Did you indicate that you noted
1.5 maybe?
Let me have this moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Spoke along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the
What?
commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to?
Regardless of what I say on the stand, they support me. What the hell does that mean? regardless of what I say on the stand. You mean the truth? Regardless of the truth and what it actually is. Regardless, you know. We support you. We got your backs. We'll be here for you. We take it in stride. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Dude, you are saying way too much of the quiet stuff out loud. You are saying way too much of the quiet stuff out loud. You are a liability for the corruption. You are a corruption liability.
To go up to
Golly.
Commissioner Michael Cox's office.
It had to have been before the first trial. So, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force, generally, at the time that you were called out to the commissioner's office, on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry classes in Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know of any of your colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel of the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
During the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during
Sustained.
that conversation.
No, stop talking. Stop talking.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
What the actual hell is going on? Whew. Yeah, we all felt that big sigh. Golly. I don't know who this is back here. This human being. She looks like Karen. But she's sitting with John O'Keefe's family side. She looks like Karen. I don't know who that is. Gosh, she looks like Karen. That's really interesting. Wow. Okay, sorry. We're skedaddling. We're scooting boogie in. Wow, what a sidebar. I don't think so. I think she's a deep brunette.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Because she testified in
thank
the
you.
first trial.
Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the commissioner's office.
Unless she dyed her hair, maybe.
Was general legal counsel in that? at some
I'm
point
so sorry.
Or not when you had a meeting with the commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote. So I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us,
Do the right thing.
the defense, did you tell the defense
Do the
that
right
when you were called up to the commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Deaver, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever. And
That's fine to say. Let's see, like, you want me to repeat the question?
So, Mr. Jackson,
It's really bold of you to be petty in this moment. It's really bold of you to be that level of petty in this very moment. It's so bold. It's diabolically bold. It is so extremely unnecessarily bold for you to be this petty in this extreme moment. Ma'am, we have a potential quote. We have a potential statement of you quoting your boss to do the right thing. That's floating around. In this very moment, in this absolute very moment, in a second trial of what the majority of humans believe is to be corruption at its absolute finest, but now is being questioned. Right? So that's what's happening right now. And you chose as your career as a Boston police officer who has a handful of years of experience on the stand to be petty and snarky about how your name is pronounced. Right now, that's what you were concerned with. That was where your concern lied. That's not a good look. That's not a good look. If I could like throw lightning bolts, I would. That's insane. That is absolutely absurdly insane. That's wild. And I get it. Brennan and the Elise and all the things. Brennan doesn't know how to say words half the time, right? But you, right now, you made that choice. And ma'am, you are going viral. I'm sure there's probably 17,000 clips just floating through the internet space in potential virality. What do you mean?
Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Deaver, do the right thing.
so he said my name correctly. He said Dever. And
That's fine to say. Let's see, like, you want me to repeat the question?
so, Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the other.
What his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you.
Are you new? How new are you? You're not new.
That he supports me.
That's
And,
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
and his words were, do the right thing, correct?
Do the right thing.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now you know the phrase I don't recall. Now you know that phrase. Interesting.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law? During the course of your job?
Give me a number.
2 dozen, 3 dozen.
Cool. Great. Why was
Actually,
that so
testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
In any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
Hello?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay?
Shut up, Judge. Shut up about it, right? Shut up. Show Brennan the same energy. Show Brennan the same vibe. Shut up about the comments. I don't even care anymore. Here we go. We're watching the physical how should I lie process happening, because this is a very simple question. These are very simple questions. So he's following up with simple questions. I did go back. I'm so sorry. We
2
may not
dozen,
get
3
through the whole
dozen.
day.
Actually, testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
In any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Have you ever been called by Michael Cox to talk about your testimony for any of those cases?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
Okay, so if he has, say yes on this case and this case and this case and this case. No, he hasn't. Okay, great, cool, sweet. Well, we always try to have some sort of base touching when it comes to testifying and cases and da 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 da. But hello, why is it taking you so long? I love his. Well, actually, it is.
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just,
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any of those.
It's a
No,
question,
I'm
ma'am.
asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one, was Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office?
Did
to
you hear
discuss your
that?
testimony?
no.
Officer Dever. Screw your implication. You already lost the plausibility with
all right,
with
Ms. Brennan,
what may or may not actually be implied. You already lost that with your false memory and do the right thing, ma'am. You're lost on that. Now Brennan's gonna come up and be like, "We love the cops." I'm feisty. Oh, if I could, I would shoot lightning bolts from my fingertips, and I would make a thunderstorm, and it would just be roaring thunder. All right, let's hear what Brennan has to say in cross, because it felt like we just were in cross, but we were in direct.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Maybe.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case.
Did you
Outside
miss
of
the
that,
memo?
there may have been one other phone call.
Did you miss the memo about not bringing up that this is specifically that this is the second trial? Did you miss that? Did you miss that memo? Or did you also believe that to be a false memory? Oh, damn.
before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Do I have a false memory of what the actual question was? Because I don't think you actually answered it.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton Police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It was the August of 2023 meeting.
When they
So
spoke-
actually 1.8 years later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sally Port area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications there was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
How could you get that
told them
confused?
You saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Port area that day.
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sally Port until about 1.5 hours after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you, but
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team, and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the
There
defense
goes
team,
the word malicious again.
was that-
No.
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
I wouldn't say anxious. I would say angst. I would say she's like displaying like teenage angst energy. The sighs, the huffing, the puffing, the eye rolling.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of sharing your memory? Objection.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
Not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
When you mentioned the media sent you something, what did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things
Whoa,
that get shared.
whoa.
So
As you say this in front of a jury
want that
whose
side
job
effect?
has been for the last 7 weeks to avoid it, ma'am, if you want to avoid it, then avoid it. 18 humans are doing exactly that right now, and they have been for the last 2 months, and they're only here because they probably know nothing for the most part about it. So your algorithms speak louder than you think, right? I think yes, of course, if you're into like a true crime situation on a YouTube or a TikTok or maybe even like a Snapchat, what have you, but things are going to pop up. The more you click, the more you will see, right? So don't come crying to me about your algorithm. That's all you, boo. That's all you. Oh, it's impossible to avoid. Ma'am, what are you clicking on? What are you watching? Are you watching like an Annie Elise, an Emily D. Baker? What's going on? What about the last 7 weeks? Have you been watching any of this trial? Huh? Have you been? Have you been watching the trial?
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged.
Again,
with
first
perjury.
trial.
Yes.
Who did that?
Out the window.
One
now.
of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you? Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were?
Well, it wasn't Miss Little.
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
What?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Garage. There's only one R in garage. And I made fun of it earlier when she said it, only because of her little name quip. I'm going to make fun of it again because the garage and the name quip don't even equal out each other. It's garage. Garage. There's only one R in the word. Okay. So if you're Miss High Horse on pronouncing things properly, garage or garage. I would settle for the European garage. There's one R. So maybe don't be that person.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes,
How did they respond?
they became very aggressive, raised their voices. And the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you?
Lar. Oh, I hate Lar.
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor. Tell us the.
Did you tell anyone that they threatened you with pressing
That was
charges against?
Essentially the thing I remember most, because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct
A
and
false
cannot be
memory. We've
provided.
been there. Yeah.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was. We can hear.
Oops.
disappointment that
You know, like a normal false memory. It's like, oh, well, I'm now trying to get into my garage and I have a false memory of actually replacing the battery in my garage door opener. But now I'm sitting in front of my garage and my garage door opener is not working because I had a false memory of actually putting a battery in it. Sorry. I need to
legal
take
counsel
further.
would go that route
I'm
with
muting
someone who
myself.
is from a factual timeline saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about reading or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help her side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department Commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
Who's attempting to guide you? What the?
You were
Man.
with Perjury. How long was that conversation?
You are a officer, a law enforcement officer. You should have been able to. What is okay? So I get it. I get they threatened me with charging me with perjury. How were you immediately not? You can't do that. How did you immediately not go? Shut the fuck up. What do you mean? That's dumb. What do you mean? Dude, I had a statement and it was wrong. And I immediately returned it. I said, I'm lying. I didn't. Hold on. She didn't say I'm lying. She said, I have a false memory. I am now synonymously putting false memory and lie together in my brain. So she's saying, false memory. My apologies. I did not remember that correctly. You retracted your statement. Did you record the phone call? Probably not, because California, Boston. If it was Jackson, and by California, Boston, I mean California, Massachusetts. But do we see the switch up? Do we see the attitudinal switch up here? Brennan, the district attorney's office, right? Same side. Cops and DAs, they're buds. They're buds, right? Now, defense attorneys, they're the bad guys. They're the bad guys. They represent criminals. Is like what the attitude is trying to say to the jury. They represent the bad guys. They're trying to fill you with lies and deceit. When I am literally sitting on the stand and saying that I lied in a statement, but I retracted it when I found out that there was no way it could be true. What about all the other things that you said that haven't actually been proved to be false?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
And I'm sure whatever defense attorney you spoke to loved it. They had a great time. That's their jam. That's their jam. That's their vibe. Whew, here we go. Redirect.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Okay, they're doing a quick little sidebar, a little quick sidebar, a little quick sidebar, a little quick.
A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes,
You're a police officer, correct?
yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
Not
If a
defense
crime is
attorneys.
committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court
Right.
setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right.
No comments.
Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes.
That's it.
'Cause
That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes,
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
no.
No.
She can't remember what the room that she works in looked like, but she can remember almost verbatim the email and the conversation between herself and someone else was. I'm just saying. You literally worked in that room. But that email came out clear and fast.
Your job as a police officer is to be
Okay.
objective, isn't it?
Yes,
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts, as you noted, correct?
Yes,
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second.
Oop.
What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the sally port of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the sally port when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
So
Well,
beyond the scope, so you have to.
You
keep
can't
it-
put the horse
There's more
back
to
in
the
the
statement.
ship because it's
Do you
out.
remember
It's out.
making that statement to the officers?
Even though,
My recollection of the time was that. So yes,
Okay, great. Did you go
right, cool. Even though she is retracted, and that was my recollection, and I soon, I quickly retracted it once I found out there was in blah, 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 blah. You can't put, did I say horse back in, you can't put the ship back in the horse.
Did you go on to
Objection
say,
the entire
speaking
case.
of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you, please.
I'm bring that with you, please. I think Judge Beverly Canoni is finally like, this case is different. This trial is different. This trial is different. And I think she's getting a little interested herself because the way that she's responding is different than what it was when Alan Jackson, Miss Giannetti, Alessi were doing cross, right? Her demeanor is different. I think she's like, oh my God, they're putting up a different case. This is interesting. My attention is on it. I think she's sitting
May I
there like,
Yes.
"Ooh, answer
Thank
the
you.
question."
also, Dever, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself, that they were in the Sally
How
Port
are ya?
for a wildly long
Welcome,
time
welcome.
together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
I missed
That was my recollection at the time.
Okay.
So yes,
Have you ever heard of, by the way,
I think-
you indicated under questioning by that,
Hold on. Whatever your name is. I think two true at once. Aggie, two can be true at once. But I do think she is having a little bit of interest, and I think there is a little bit of piqued interest, especially with the new witnesses. Maybe, but I do want to stay as on the fence as I can when it comes specifically to Judge Canoni. So I have seen it. I've spoken on the things that I feel are like just outright biased towards or against both sides, like either side acts, especially when it's marking the comments, making it apparent about the comments and how you're not supposed to do it. For Brennan, he can say whatever the hell he wants. Comment, not argumentative, doesn't matter. Question, not a question. Things incorrectly, he can say whatever he wants. But God forbid Alan Jackson says understood, right? I am good. I am good. A long time no see. I know, it's awesome to have you back. That is totally fine. And I there's a part of me that wants to just like take that fully stance. But I think that for me personally, I just kind of want to forget that she's there. Like, I just want the info. Like, ma'am, just give me the info. You know, I feel like it's such a hard fight for my brain when I'm listening to the trial. I'm just like, oh my God, okay, I get it. God, Judge Canoni, oh my God, we get it. You know, like, but I can see, and I don't even say agree to disagree. I agree. And I can see why you take that stance. And I have no qualms with it. I fight it none. It might be over there
you
shortly.
knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense.
I'm not
what
even
they
all the way
wanted
on the other
from
side of the street
Yes.
though, so we're
Yes.
still
Remember on that phone call
we're still close.
that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? Remember that?
and I told you the same thing then.
That's not
Yes.
my question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dever. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Dever.
Okay,
Holy shit! Wait, you moved to Germany? Germany has legal weed? Very cool. Awesome. It's a not you. It's it's not. Yeah, no. We're both Aggie. We're both on the same. We're in the same book on the same page for sure. The fact the defense called this witness is insane. I don't think so. I think it is a fantastic way for the jury to go, what the hell is happening with this case from day one, to have the first witness say, do some text messages, a little more text messages than they wanted. They just wanted to bring the text messages into play, and then Brendan was like, read them. Which I think was a little bit of against the idea. But I think this witness, I think is doing a fantastic job of making the jury go, what the hell is happening inside of Canton PD? This is all wrong. There's so many things wrong here. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. Was she as snarky as she is now? Because if so, we have a problem. I think they're making them go. I think it's a fantastic way to unforce error some questions for the jury when it comes to deliberation, which is right around the corner. This is awesome for the defense. FBI is in. Second trial is so solidified. There's no way a juror could go, oh my God, I can't believe we're in the second. Like there's no way a juror could go, is this the first or second trial? This been going on for a while, I guess. It's the second goddamn trial. We're doing it again. And the jury, there's no way for them to be like, There's no question about it. FBI, what the hell is going on with the FBI? And you lied? You lied? A cop lied to the FBI? What else are they lying about? Yes, but you need a weed club, but I got some friends here and I got some good hash. Well, congratulations. Cheers to you. Hit the like button. If you think she's a liar. Also, second trial is in. She said it at least twice. First, she said first trial. I think it's a great strategy. I think it was a little bit of a risk because you could have risked her not being nasty while saying all the crazy shit. And I think that definitely would have lessened the blow to the jury about what the hell was happening at Canton PD on January 29th. And but yeah,
So,
I think
the answer is
her
I don't
level
remember.
of
I don't
insane
remember.
sassiness is extremely
Did we read to you
supportive.
where you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Deborah. On that phone call.
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Deborah.
Okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No
The answer is
comments.
More than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so
I'll
no
ask you a question.
comments, just questions, please.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your comments?
I'm going to allow it.
We were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
What you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that
Or an
during that
apple
phone
in her
call.
mouth.
Oh,
I
I
don't
know you're
recall.
going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard? You ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you spoken with anyone, not Mr. Brennan, he's covered that, spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone?
Sorry.
from the DA's
Sorry,
office
sorry.
at all in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
I technically perjury.
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
Welcome.
How long have you known Sarah? Do
We became friends in middle school.
Oh.
you watch any of the trial, this trial?
Clips in passing, but
Oh.
no, it's 6 hours a day. So
Oh.
I work during the day shift. No.
Oh.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
Oh,
Police officer, you don't know that-
Sorry. I had a moment where I need to have a quick conversation and I didn't want to miss the words. And then I'm sorry. So I'm sorry for the little frozen moment. Too many a-hole references. Technically perjury. My words, technically perjury. Welcome to the stream. Nice to meet you. And you don't know what a sequestration order is? How does that help Karen? the believability helps Karen. The believability drills holes because a jury has to sit here and believe what she's saying when she was proven to just be like she lied. She lied to them. She lied to the one of the highest levels of law enforcement that you could. Because what in God's name to a grown-ass adult is a false memory when it comes to a police officer? So every witness that the defense calls does not have to sit here and say Karen Reed's innocent. Everyone is out against her. Da, 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 da. It's all about strategy. It's all about strategy. It's all about strategy. It's not just because it's the defense's case in chief. It doesn't mean they're going to call people to come up and kiss Karen's ass and say there's no way she could have done it. She's a perfect angel. What do you mean she drinks? She drinks. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that's not what the defense is going to do. We have what? Alessi, Jackson, Little, Yannetti. We have at least 4 humans who have sat down for the second time together and said, how do we make it clear to the jury that this was not done right? We're going to have to put our own people that we want on the stand to show the jury that every ounce surrounding this case, every ounce of human body, brain, cells, H2O, everything surrounding this case is off. It doesn't quite make sense. We have a police officer who was sitting here saying, it's been 2.5 years. I can't remember what the room I worked in looked like. Okay, cool. So what do you mean you're good at your job? There's things happening in every piece of this case, all the way down to someone who had literally nothing to do with it. And then the question is, well, when did she have that memory? How did she have that memory? Who told her? Was it someone at Canton PD? Was it someone at Boston PD? There's a lot of reasons why the defense would call a police officer to the stand. It's not necessarily to help Karen. It's to tell the jury to ask questions. And they will ask and ask and ask and ask and ask, and they will not be able to find answers, which is doubt. She has a false memory of the meaning of sequestration. She's an effing cop, but don't know what a sequestration order is. First she said to the feds that Higgins and Berkowitz was a wildly long time in the Sally Port. Then she called to the high up of police and suddenly she was a victim of false memory. It's insane. And that is someone that these humans were making into them. It starts fast, right? This was just a baby version of everyone else who actually touched the case. So I think it's a fantastic display of how quickly it settles in. And I'm not talking about just the direct corruption. And if you're new to my channel, hello, welcome, please subscribe. We're baby, we're growing, we could grow, I hope you enjoy me. I don't care. And if you don't like me, then don't watch me and be mean to me. But if you like me, please subscribe. It's about how fast she becomes one of them. She was a rookie, right? And she already is suffering from air quotes, false memory, from air quotes of making something out of nothing, and then in turn having that bite them in the ass. And in turn, having then to make another something out of nothing to possibly cover up the something out of nothing that is a problem. That is the issue. That is the issue. That's the issue. And that is exactly what they're putting on a silver platter for the jury to say, look, the fuck ups start here. As a rookie, there's a problem. This is a problem. She was only here for 2 years and she's already a problem. What do you think is going to happen to someone who's here for 20? Right? What do you think is going to happen to someone who doesn't even fucking work here, but has an office, even though they're a federal ATF agent? Because we're buds. Right? And that's all that needs to happen. She just needs to be buds. right? And I fear that Boston PD, God forbid, God, I'm telling you, I will never live in Boston for this very specific reason, is exactly the same as Canton PD, just bigger. Right? She retracted the statement to the feds when she's seen video evidence that the car arrived after her shift. But how the hell are you going to have a memory of a car and two people who are way above you? You're the low man on the totem pole. How are you going to sit there and be like, "Oh yes, that's definitely a memory I had," to the FBI? But how can that even happen? How did that even happen? And I asked the question earlier, was that a memory of the next day? 2 days later? 3 days later? Was that a memory then? Was that? Because if so, then the lie doesn't seem so big. If it was, I just mixed up the date, then that's fine. Right? Now, I'm going to give a little leeway. I'm going to loosen the leash a little bit. Right? But for you to say, oh my gosh, I have a very detailed, not even, oh yeah, no, I have a memory of like people going into like the Sally Port. Yeah, because they were probably entering and exiting in the snow, etc. But you have a memory of two very specific people going into the Sally Port where Karen Reed's SUV is, that you also mentioned in the statement, for a wildly long amount of time. One, I'm a civilian. Right? And in my life, outside of this case, I mind my own damn business. I'm vigilant about my surroundings, but I'm gonna mind my own damn business. 2, why didn't you go see what was going on? Hey guys, what are you doing in here? Hey, is there something happening in the Sally Port with Karen Reed's SUV, the car that allegedly, in our opinion, killed a Boston police officer? Is there something that we should do? Did you ask any questions? Did you approach them about anything? Did you tell anybody as it was happening? Did you see what the hell was going on? Did you watch the cameras longer as to see what they were doing in there? You just were, well, they're in there for a really long time. Yeah, 2 very specific people went to the Sally Port with a very specific vehicle there for a really long time. Oh my God, you're right. That couldn't have happened because the SUV wasn't there for another hour and a goddamn half. So I don't love your vibe, by the way. Thank you. So I just don't think it's there. There's approximately 40 minutes missing from the Sally Port video on the day she was there, just saying. And just like that, the rookie desk manager is part of the infamous Canton Corleone crime cartel connect. Yes. But no strays, but have you heard me throughout this entire time I have been streaming? It's not about them being directly corrupt, in my opinion. It is about laziness, and it's not my job. And it's a trickle down effect. And then it turns into, it's easy to make a theory about corruption when no one will take responsibility for the thing that they actually need to do. Well, I'm a manager. I don't write reports. But you were snow blowing the snow and picking up pieces of evidence. Write a damn report. I'm above them. I don't write reports. Yes, even though we may disagree sometimes, the vibes are immaculate. No strays. We have conversations. I'm very animated today because because of reasons. We are allowed to agree to disagree. It's the reason that we're here. We're having conversations. We're talking the shit out. We're talking it out. And you can sit on one side, I can sit on the other, and we can still chat. And that's my goal here. Everyone's allowed to have their own opinion. I'm just fortunate enough to have a microphone instead of have to type. So, all right, shall we continue? Let's continue. I might need to take a little break. Let's continue, and feel free to subscribe. It'd be super.
No.
In terms of witnesses,
No.
not watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony.
No, I wasn't aware.
But I'm not.
But you did tune in to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. We
you did-
stopped at the
Not
No.
watching. You're a sworn-
sequestration.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn police officer. You don't know what sequestration means
No.
in terms of witnesses. Not
No.
watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony.
No, I wasn't aware.
don't.
But you did tune in
Is that also a false memory?
to the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you
TikTok,
did, in fact,
YouTube Shorts.
on August
Which
9th,
one?
2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes,
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
yes,
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
The frat has got your back. Vibes, for sure. For sure.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No,
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
yes.
Did they
You're the
tell
defense case in
you
chief.
that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this
Three.
trial.
I think that's 4 actually.
When you spoke to those
Four
law
times.
enforcement officers
Four
back in
times.
2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
Objection.
That form I'll sustain it.
Yeah, like what do
That
you
isn't
mean?
a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes,
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth. Do you understand that?
yes,
It does
The
matter.
Commonwealth in no way
Your
is
words
asking
matter.
you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
yes,
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated,
So many
suggested,
times.
or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
no,
Have you been given any consideration
many
or
times.
reward because you remedied your memory?
no,
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29,
Sorry,
2022
sorry.
at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sally Port at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Port with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
there is no way.
Okay, so what did you see then?
Understanding you made a mistake,
Oh, sorry.
was the defense receptive?
I don't care. Did you ever try to actually correctly remember your memory? That's the question that I have. That's one of the things. It's like, okay, well, there's something there, right? What are you actually remembering? Is it the next day? Can someone ask the goddamn question? Do you remember that because it happened the next day and you confused it? Can someone ask this goddamn question that I really just want the answer to? They're not going to, I am sure.
To your explanation that you
That's
made
what I
a
want.
mistake?
That's what I want.
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you
How is it almost
when you
six?
told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection.
I'm gonna allow it.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes,
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a
I don't
lawyer
think
has no
that's-
power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were
Yeah,
asked
that
questions
was
about
bad.
whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Who showed her the supposed
Regardless of
evidence?
whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there'd be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
So she said that she saw that the defense released a timeline before the first trial where the SUV entered the Sally Port at, what was it, like 4:45 or something like that, 5:30, that around them. Whatever that time stuff is, with the Sally Port and the SUV and the garage, etc. She says she saw the defense release the timeline before the first trial, and that's when she was like, "Oh my god, I could not remember that. I wasn't even at work then. That's crazy. What's wrong with my brain? I'm an officer who investigates things. So that's when, but she keeps saying when it was presented to her and like media showed her things. So I think there is definitely way more there that we're just not getting out of her. There's so much more there that the right questions just have not been asked, unfortunately. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Right? I don't think it's that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. We already have that. Like we already have her being proven somehow, some way that she was wrong, that her memory was false. Wow, the defense wanted me to repeat a lie. Trust me, the jury heard that. Oh, they did. Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. But they also have Buchanan and still standing by his man Chip, or should we call him Bear? Can those who have like just joined me recently, can we just take a hair of a second to go back to Proctor's nicknames? Chip, I get as a nickname. Bear, is anyone else on the same level of Bear? Is an odd nickname for a grown adult man who's married to a woman with kids. That's just my opinion. It's just an odd nickname for that. Not that it's wrong. I say is it Pride Month? I think it's Pride Month. Wait, June is Pride Month, right? Oh my God. Yes, it's Pride Month. Go Pride Month. I don't yes, Pride Month. Oh, I should get like a pride flag back here or something, because I love my LGBTQIA counterparts. I am go Pride. Safe space here, by the way. Safe space. Yeah, but no metadata and all the glitches. I don't trust any video evidence from the Commonwealth. Also, Proctor said on the warrant for the car that they got like 45 to 50 minutes before they were there, supposedly. Yeah, but that was that they like picked up the car, I think, at like what do you say, like 5:30 or something, and it's actually like an hour before that. So I think they pulled in around like 4:45 or whatever. But either way, it was definitely way after her shift, if so, was done at 3:45. Yes, Pride Month. Okay, cool. Pride Month. Go Pride Month. We love that.
In this case.
We
Yes.
slay. I love
And knowing you were going to come into court,
Pride moment.
given
Is anyone
this
going to
experience
like
you had with the defense,
parade?
is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
Yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that, knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be
Was it
attacked.
so?
What-
Was it so? I don't think we're going to get to the next witness, which is sad, but I really think this is quite I'm going to flip technically perjury. I'm going to flip through my notes because I know I wrote it down. I think it might be in my first notepad. I'm going to flip through. I'm going to find it. I'm going to get it. I mean, for a man who texted about Karen, Bear should be a code name for monster. Interesting. But go Pride.
Wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course,
So why did you come in here?
So why'd you come?
my entire
I was subpoenaed.
job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
You shouldn't be able to lie at your job either, but
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes,
And if you agreed that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If
So-
you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be
I'm looking through my
implicating- you
notes
agree.
right now.
You have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
it's not possible I
If
saw
you
that.
agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputation of two officers?
Let him finish the damn question.
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
I'm still,
That's what you just said,
Oof.
Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that question.
That's all I got.
So how do you feel?
When you spoke to those agents,
How do you feel?
implicate.
I don't even know if we're on like directory cross. I can see how how she blended her memory with the overwhelming online coverage. She's young. When she's seen the video, she realized and recanted. Yes, but we have to acknowledge the issue there. And if we are allowing her to, even though she retracted her statement, if we're allowing her to even make statements from things that she's seen online, we have to allow everybody to make statements and experience false memories from the things she's seen online. She just so happened to retract it because she was faced with immediate evidence that disproved her entire memory, and a very detailed one at that. So that's where the issue lies, right? I can see this and I get this. She is young, which is both good and bad. She is, so for this case in particular, we're seeing a lot of aged employees of law enforcement. Buchanan was like, I have 35 years in the military and now I've been here for 40 years or type shit, whatever. Like he's like 137 years old. He looks 45, but he has been in law enforcement since 1802. Like he's been doing it for eternity. None of those things I just said are actual facts, mind you. So please don't clip that and be like, wow, she has no idea what's going on. So he's been doing it for a long time. Proctor's been doing it for a long time. Higgins has been doing ATF, law enforcement, long time. Albert, long time. We have a lot of long time employees. And even when it came to like the EMTs, it sort of nailed in. These folks have been doing this forever, so much so that the process even changed where everyone has to be qualified and everything, right? So they even went through a massive change. So they've been doing this for this long, and now they have to learn how to do this. And now everyone's a firefighter, everyone's a paramedic, everyone's an EMT, so everyone now knows everything because we've been doing this for forever, back in high school, and that happens. Yeah, a lot of the civilian witnesses, Jen McCabe, Carrie, they're all in their 40s. They're all parents with kids who are in high school or in college. So we're seeing this young face who should have a fresh, strong memory. Yes, she's eager to, there's always there's green, they call them, or whatever, they're green. They're eager to learn and become a detective or whatever you want to be when you're in law enforcement, or law enforcement. But your memory should be good and strong, right? But then, was she online too much? How much online was she? That can also turn into an issue. But I get it, for sure.
Chief Berkowitz and Mr.
I'm still
Higgins
looking
weren't
through my
doing
notes, by the way.
anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
This means if I
You didn't
don't say
implicate
what
them
they
ever
want me to
suggesting
say,
they had
I'll lose my
tampered
job.
with evidence, did you?
No,
You haven't implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
no,
So when you
No.
talked to those agents, did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
no.
Never.
No.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Devon, you're awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Did she
jurors,
say
we'll take a morning
right or
recess,
not?
20 minutes.
All right, please.
When are you gonna put
Jurors,
that
close
in?
your notebooks and follow me.
We're gonna take a little break too. We're gonna take like a 10er as well. Because they are literally okay. We have been streaming since like 3:15 and we have just made it to their midday break. So we're not gonna make it through the whole day. But that's okay. That's okay. But we are gonna just take a little bit of break. Should we start? I'll start the next witness, and that way I don't have to break the stream.
USSELL.
My
Sure.
seat will just be empty.
All right,
Morning.
Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Marie Russell, RUSSELL.
Can you summarize your professional
I know, I gotta
background?
pee real bad.
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist
That's funny,
How
that's
long
right.
have you been an emergency medicine physician?
for over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When were you
Testing.
first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988,
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
I have a physician and surgeon license in California, a medical license in Massachusetts, New York, and Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
Is that speed
attended
okay?
both MIT and Northeastern University here
Let's
in
start with-
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I said
Pardon
in
my
Massachusetts.
interruption.
I'll be right back.
When did
Oh,
you attend pre-med and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree with the highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a doctor of medicine?
Yes,
Where did you attend medical school and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies? And if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is.
Yes, I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city, and in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was in near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area, so it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships, and could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes, so after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency, and that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease. And so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center. And after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age, and then there were cases where there might be a drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, and in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at X-rays if there were X-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and that was, after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination, and then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. Other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, the membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the Medical Board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role of the Medical Board is to protect the public health. To protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So Would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards, what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what, things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
We can do it for maybe a little more for the jury. If you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the, or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles supervisor position, made sure that they were and other kinds of services.
Okay, I'm fast forwarding because background. Let's get to some juicy stuff. I can maybe go to like 8 p.m. It's already 6. So, and then we got a lot. We got a lot to get through. And this is, she's an expert.
Services.
But to be fair, Judge Canoni had a hard time saying that she was an expert. We're not going to get into it, but anywho.
And I reviewed every single.
So you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison during your time in that role.
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Okay.
And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along,
thank you.
Before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked at anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role. And my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things.
I'll allow the air quotes for the bite expertise. Okay, but can't take away the medical expertise from Dr. Russell.
Dedicated ER for in-custody patients and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in-custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes, they're medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing, over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Here we are.
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discussed dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor. Generally, puncture wounds, maybe some slight avulsions, like skin defects, slight skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds I saw were extensive, wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at the time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes. So if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the, usually extremity, by the way. And so you get what I consider an incomplete dog bite, because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then, try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for more dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see, and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
Generally, they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these horrific wounds, many of them, I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong, because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that they, you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites, because I was assigned to jail. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in, with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts, and when?
In the city of Malden, I was appointed as first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full-time.
And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full-time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift, and I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes.
Full member of the police force?
Yes.
Did you attend academy?
Yes, I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No,
I'm not Boston, the ball.
I was a Malden police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
Overall?
Overall.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites, because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
Okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year, because the other weeks I might be assigned.
This is actually a fantastic kind of moment to bring up first one police officer. What year was this? She was first one police officer in that department in 1974. And I know that Massachusetts is like the first state, but there are moments and spaces, I will say, in the state of Massachusetts that are nowhere near as modern, forward thinking. I'll just say ist list than a lot of places. There are times, places, and spaces in Massachusetts that are well behind the times, is how I will say that on the internet.
Something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said I think at least 500.
In addition
Oh,
to the
no.
500, did you over?
Sorry, I'm only pausing because it looks like my internet has decided to be a jerk. That's the only reason I'm pausing. It's the only reason I'm pausing. Not to actually talk. Just to get it back. Okay.
You oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans.
Yes.
And approximately just the number, approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. You know, med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles.
Okay, so she's going to go over her history with motor vehicle accidents.
Or as best I can remember, including a wide variety, puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions, a number of different types of wounds.
I just want to
So
get to
let's now go. We talked about
the bigger
dogs
question.
and motor vehicles. I want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes. And
what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer-review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns, and another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you? Those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others, articles or books, as part of a peer review process?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those issues was on was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who was a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds. And also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. Have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Yes.
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
Yes.
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any court in the United States?
No.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
No.
And why not?
Because prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice, in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from from a variety of mechanisms, including assaults or motor vehicle gunshot wounds.
Were those the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally? And we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course, very important to physicians that deal with patients that, come in from the street, so to speak, from, who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to, or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles, yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
That's very prosecutorial of you, no strays. in many different ways. It's very that's very DA of you.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from a patient.
Oh yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
Move forward.
And that's one example of others. And
I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit.
Palms facing forward. The way many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body. And so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. Palms facing forward. So that is the standard.
I just want to move through some of the foundational stuff just for
anatomic
time.
Position. So anything in the front is anterior. Anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
And what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes, when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, their vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is a part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, doctor. How
She's
often have
such an
you
educator
observed-
at heart that she literally showed the whole courtroom. So instead of just showing the jury like, hey, this is if you're defending yourself, posterior, back of the arm goes up, and just science of body. She's showing everybody. She's like, you guys over there, do you see this? Jury, you got this part? Yep. Alessi, this one. She's like, you know what, bring some more people in. Let me do some education. She's like such a natural like
in concluded
educator
regarding
and
defensive wounds
used to having
the
people
forearm?
everywhere around her. It's very interesting.
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know. In terms of decedents. And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused in during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Okay. Yes.
Inflicted wounds, did that
Ugly.
Here we go.
approach?
Okay.
Thank you.
We can get to the dental feature of dogs.
May I put, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may
Step
I
back.
have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
So, Fergie?
For ID only, yes. I'm handing you Dr. Russell what has been marked for identification as 000 as in orange. Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition? I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or a person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning it comes to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell was speaking about, in regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition,
Look
which
at the dog
part
mouth.
of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Wolk, if you could just, to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? It's slightly blurry.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw.
Yes, I can
No
read it.
one
All
can
right,
read
so if we could then
that.
just reduce it back down so it's a little bit so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just
It will be
talk about-
distorted.
Yeah, and before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we can go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of
Oh my
the dog.
Oh, God,
All right, is that that's an
dog.
overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin.
Great. If I'm on the jury, I'm saying the defense hasn't proved John even went in the house. Why are we talking about a dog? That's fantastic. So the defense doesn't have to prove John did anything. The defense just has to say there are questions that can't be answered, and that equals doubt. They don't have to do that. But does a dog only exist in a house? Because there was a lot of talk about the dog just in general and how the dog wasn't in the house in the sense that no one sat here and said the dog was there, the dog did this, the dog didn't bark when Jen burst through the house and went upstairs and opened the door. There was no mention of the dog. So where was the dog? We don't have a location for the dog, and the same aspect of we don't have a location of John after he left the SUV. But very interesting. Very interesting. And I hope that the jury can understand that the defense does not need to say, this is who did exactly this specific thing to John O'Keefe. The Commonwealth is telling you A, B, and C happened when in fact D, E, and F happened. And here's all the proof for it, because that's not how this works. The defense doesn't have to prove with evidence that anything even happened. The defense just needs to say, there's no way for you as a jury to definitively 100% beyond reasonable doubt believe that what the Commonwealth is telling you actually happened. There are still questions unanswered that linger when it comes to the events of that evening. There was a dog in the house, an aggressive one at that. Right, but we don't, what also, yes. So we know that they owned a dog. Right? We have some paperwork that a dog that was named Chloe, now named Cora, I believe, is now in the third ownership. They owned a dog. Everyone knows they own a German Shepherd, but no one said anything about the dog other than that they have a dog. Jim McCabe sat there and said, I don't even know anything about this dog. So was this dog an outside dog? Was this dog a dog who hung out outside? Right? All the time? Were they unleashed? Did they just exist on the property? So we don't have any of that. And we don't have Brian Albert to tell us all the dog stuff. Why was the dog rehomed 3 times? I know. So it went from the Brian Alberts to someone with the last name Riley, then to ownership to the vet that that was taking care of the dog, like the vet of the dog, and now it's the vet's dog, and there's no actual like signatures, and the names of the ownership changed, and so all we know is that this dog was rehomed, and we don't really have a solidified, provable, here's a piece of paper that says so and so owned, now so and so owns, this is the date signed of this dog. It is very interesting. That would be my question. Yeah. All right, let's see how far we can get.
And it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that. Or
Excuse me if I could interrupt. Pardon my interruption. Yes. I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor. If there's
nothing on that.
I've got one running that. If there's one on this.
No.
Yeah, thank you.
And these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth, humans also have canine teeth.
I'm pretty sure it's pronounced teeths, not teeth. I'm pretty sure it's an F, but I'm not a scientist.
And ours are not as quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
Oh, I get it. So an invisible dog with no DNA or bottom jaw overpowered a trained police officer and murdered him. I don't think anyone's saying that the dog murdered him. I don't think that's it at all. And it's a fair argument with the bottom jaw nonsense. Absolutely. And by nonsense, I mean there's no injuries on the opposite side of John O'Keefe's arm. Sure. But I don't think anyone's saying the dog murdered him. But I think it's absolutely fair for the judge, or for the defense attorney to say, hey, jury, this could also be a thing. Just because the Commonwealth is saying one thing, it doesn't mean that it is a legitimate, only that way thing, because we have this too. So if any of you are sitting on dog side versus not dog side, for when it comes to just the injuries on the arm, we're not saying that the dog destroyed the back of John's head. Multiple things could have happened. The singularity of the event that happened to John O'Keefe is something that I think might be causing some issues when people think about the event as whole, because multiple things could have happened. It could have been multiple things. It could have been multiple people. It could have been a lot of things. Also, how drunk was he? How wobbly was he? Was he slurring not just his words, but also his body? His top teeth are more dominant. There's a lot of things. But it's definitely fair for the defense to defend their client with plausible options to show the jury that there are plausible options.
And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
And is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds
You
are
also
from
have-
a dog?
Yes.
And so this,
To be fair, Raylene, your dog is way bigger than a full-grown German Shepherd. Maybe, I mean, puppy dog versus full-grown German Shepherd may be about the same, but Raylene's dog is quite massive. And probably stronger in different ways, too.
this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all the teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques, and so there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, doctor, with your.
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
The other one, please? I think it's easier for counsel.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth. These are the anterior teeth, and as I said, involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Are there certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds, and those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine? Or is it just it's a punctate wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's medical term.
on?
Please continue.
Okay. That's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on this exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular.
Kelly,
Again, here
Ever,
the
Deaver,
upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
in a bit of a
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but yeah, maybe in some dog breeds, because all the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
All right, and so you.
Oh,
think-
actually, yeah. So here you can see. Go back, please. So here you can see again the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw, the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin. That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on
I
humans
like
generally.
Dr. Russell
What
as like
type
a
of
person
injuries
for
To
sure.
humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites.
She Shannon, you didn't miss much. Just this lady trying to blame a puppy for murder, which is not what's happening at all of those strays. And I think being that solidified might come at a detriment to some decision making, and that's out of love. Open your mind, come play on the dark side a little bit. And that's coming from me, who tries a good amount of time to be as much on the fence as possible. I can lean, I can hang over, I can chill out on either side. I can flip my feet over. So who's grilling on one side? If someone's making burgers, I'm over there. But my brother is working on the renovation of the hospital she worked at. No shit. That's really cool. I like Dr. Russell as a person. I like the way that she talks. I like the way that she demonstrates things. I like how she's super chill, but it's also like, I was the first female police officer in this department. So suck it. And I like how she gets excited about things that she's interested in too. And I think that's a real personable trait for just anybody. Like if you're interested in something, you're getting super excited about it when you talk about it. It makes me feel good. Like it gives me endorphins because I'm like, oh my God, they really like this thing, whatever it is. If someone's like, oh my gosh, I have to tell you about Dungeons and Dragons for like 2 minutes, and they're just like, I'm like, wow, you really like Dungeons and Dragons. That's super cool. Like, I'm glad you found a thing that you really like. Did the dog get braces? Was she renamed? Sounds like witness protection.
Well, there are lots of different types of
Dog braces
injuries.
are
So
a
they can be
thing.
extremely
Did the dog
minor,
get
from a
braces?
minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. There could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in
Not a
parallel
furrow?
because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And then, of course, there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where the actual flap of the skin is removed. And I can go
Oof.
further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a
Russell,
wide range. And
please.
can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just spare a moment, please.
She also is speaking up, unlike a lot of other witnesses. Which,
They're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape. And so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience,
Did we see her pink nail polish? Speaking of nails, I need to do my nails.
medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience,
Probably
your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, so those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so uncommon. But I was because I was assigned to jail ward. That's how I got seen. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs in our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
Sustained.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility from your experience where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
From your experience for people in your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All right, now let's move to another category and to keep this moving along. How did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of Massachusetts. I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe, and
Well,
why?
That's
Is it like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a
you reading the Boston
subscription. I
Globe?
would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what did you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes, I thought the question was interesting.
I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Leslie's question. please.
Yes, I did.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned, and I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr. Russell.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Sustain.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
What, if anything? Okay, sidebar it is. Why is Alessi asking these questions? Because they're going to come up. If he doesn't ask them, Brennan will, and it'll just look better if Alessi asked them. She saw it. She was interested in the case. And she reached out and they were like, do you have like credentials? Like, could you be useful? And she's like, I do. I do.
In terms of,
And they're like,
Mr. Wolk, if we could please, and Your Honor, may we publish what is already in evidence, which is Exhibit 167?
Okay.
Yes, it is not a
Dr.
false
Russell,
memory
do you
that she
recognize
reached
Exhibit
out.
167?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that? Well, first, let's start. What is it? And then how do you recognize it?
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion is?
Well, I used pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
So let's start with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what
What's
you mean
that?
by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a physician sees a patient and, or, an Imogen's case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis, it's very important
pedestrian
that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can rule them out, so to speak, if they can rule them in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need to, and if we could have the lights go back on, Your Honor, thank you. So, does applying a differential diagnosis, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes, and does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So, in terms of differential diagnosis, did you apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm did not fit this case.
So is phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
So we're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias. What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report, and I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police, and then that's what those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh yeah, clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look
She
at?
always forgets one
So
of them when she goes
there
through it.
was a shirt like a hoodie shirt that I looked at that had many defects in it.
She
And when you say
forgot that
defects, what do you
during her
mean by
voir dire
defects? Is there
too.
a more layperson's term?
Holes?
Thank you. Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Leslie.
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also,
I'm going to see you at timeout.
Okay, sidebar. We're gonna move. Oh boy. All right.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Dr. Russell. We broke off where you had described the materials that you had reviewed. Based on your, and Mr. Woke, if we could please put the exhibit that we just had, and with Your Honor's permission, republish it. Thank you. Based on your review of all the materials that you had described and your experience that you had described, without stating it, were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
yes,
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
those wounds were inflicted as a result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as a result of a dog attack.
And how did you form that opinion? Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I
there?
do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting, complex grouping at the elbow. These are all the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws of a dog.
We've discussed previously pattern recognition skills and methodology, and you just mentioned the word pattern here. Can you elaborate on what you mean by pattern with regard to this exhibit?
So there are groupings, and one can see that these wounds are going essentially in the same direction. They are oriented in the same way on the almost from the inner, close to the inner surface of the arm or the anterior surface towards the posterior surface.
What is
of
the
arm.
significance, if any, of that orientation you just described?
So what that gives me direction, and that tells me that the dog's teeth were over here. Over here. The dog is over on this side of the arm, and the teeth started their punctures or their injuries over here, and through either the action of the dog or a combination of the action of the dog and the action of the decedent pulling away, or the victim pulling away, the teeth made these abrasions in this direction, from here down to here. And then here, it's very complex because of the bending of the elbow. We don't know the exact configuration of what this elbow was in the arm. Was it fully extended, meaning it's fully stretched out, or was it partially bent? Was it fully bent? We don't know. But in addition to the pulling away movement, there's also the bending movement. So that one is even a little bit more complex. And of course, there are some additional marks down here and some possible bruising down here, punctate marks down here, which may represent the lower teeth.
If we could just stop at that area. Have you observed in your experience what you call that complex area pattern? Have you seen that before?
Not that exact pattern, no.
But have you seen any that is similar to it?
I've seen some characteristics of these patterns before,
Right.
yes.
And is the appropriate methodology to zero in on one section, or is the appropriate pattern methodology to look at all the wounds and then reach a conclusion?
The second, to look at all the wounds.
And could
so-
you please describe?
Why don't we take our recess?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, please. There's no gentleman to follow me.
I feel like you could have taken the recess after the sidebar and not let her get into her opinions and then in the middle take a recess. That's just a vibe. Why is the photo edited and redacted? That's a dirty trick by the defense. Could you imagine? All right, let's do some skipping ahead. Because they went on lunch. And then I guess that we might be able to finish this.
Good afternoon. One in evidence.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
I lied. Probably.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize
Sorry.
Exhibit 1 from your review of the documents in this case?
Yes,
And what is it that Exhibit 1 represents?
it's a picture of the forearm of the decedent.
And we left off at lunch, and I'm not going to cover too much old ground, just to reorient ourselves back to where we were. You were discussing the basis of your opinion and conclusion that you said that these wounds were caused by, excuse me, why don't you restate? Well, let's continue on in the basis of your opinion. Let's just
Golly,
continue on.
Alessi.
Can you go through what is in Exhibit 1 and describe how it is that you came to your opinion?
Well, I observed multiple patterns of striations or linear abrasions.
I'm sorry to interrupt you so soon. Do you have the pointer in case you want to use that available?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And linear means like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those. And here's one. Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist. And here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
In terms of these wounds, in assessing their source, do you look at them individually, collectively, or both?
Both. I look at them individually, and then I put them in context of how they relate to one another.
And how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Well, I think it's a pattern methodology, pattern recognition.
And what pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds on the right arm?
Well, I see multiple linear groupings together in a area from the mid arm to the mid forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe that these wounds were initiated closer to the anterior surface or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Of the arm, like they start up here, up here, and the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Now, if we could just go back briefly, I want you to do a comparison. If we could go back, Your Honor, please, back to Exhibit 157 that we had up earlier.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 167. As between 167 and 1, which one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
The previous one.
All right, so let's go back to the previous one. So that one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located on January 29 of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And so January 29, 2022, if we can go back to Exhibit 157, or 67, excuse me, 167, can you tell when this picture was taken from the depiction?
Well, it says January 31st.
Okay, so is that the basis for you saying that the Exhibit 1 was closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
Yes.
All right, so I want to do another comparison, have you do another comparison of the two. If you can look at what is depicted in Exhibit 167, and now go back to 1 and see if you see any differences at all as to what's depicted. Do you see any differences with regard to the wounds on the arm, or the arm just in general? Let's go back to, see that now, let's go back to 167.
Well, the coloration of the photograph is slightly different.
And what do you mean the coloration?
Well, the skin tones here are more yellow than they are in the previous photograph.
And I'm sorry, do you have a conclusion as to why there is a difference in skin tone in this?
Be a lot of reasons, Alessi.
Well, it could just be technique, lighting technique. I do see some lividity on the chest, postmortem lividity, and that's what that means is pooling of the blood, which happens after death.
Can you explain to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. So blood follows the laws of gravity, and the blood will settle to the dependent parts of the body. In this case, the body the body of Mr. O'Keefe is horizontal, and so the blood is going to settle from the top of the chest, which would probably be up here somewhere, down towards the back.
Okay, I'm going to, they go on sidebar. I'm going to just sort of skip ahead. We got the opinion.
In terms, let's switch to
here with Alessi.
Let's talk about clothing of the decedent. In forming your opinion, did you consider Mr. O'Keefe?
Only because this is not the heated, high level anxiety witness like Kelly Deaver, I'll say, just to make her upset. But I do have to get skedaddling soon. So we're just going to skip ahead a little bit, get little clips here and there. If you want to see the full, I would just go to like Court TV, Law and Crime, or, you know, watch like a LawTuber streaming it and stuff. If you don't want to see the comments, then don't look at the comments. But we're just going to skip ahead
O'Keefe's
to
clothing
kind
in
of
relation to his
get a
voice.
gist of
Yes.
it. But we
If
got
could,
the
Your Honor, have
opinion,
Exhibit 150
which is
in
really the
evidence
main
published.
point. And I know that
Do you
there are still
recognize
things
what's
that need to
depicted in
come
Exhibit
in, more photos, more opinions, but the basis and the reason why this witness is here is to be like, hey, look, dog bites,
150.
possibility.
Did-
of
and
dog
what is
bites, according to
It's
this
a
medical
picture of part of the hoodie,
expert.
sweatshirt or shirt that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing at the time,
And wearing when?
at the time of his death.
And did you evaluate this photo as part of your review of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to this. If we could please switch to, Your Honor, 147C in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. And what is 147C?
So this is a close-up of the sleeve of that shirt that we just saw on the previous image. And there's a hole or defect here in the sleeve, which I'm circling with the pointer. And there's a label that labels it number 1. And so I see this hole that is rather round and appears to have some fabric coming out of the hole towards the exterior of the jacket or the shirt.
Did you attribute any significance to the shape of the wound? And if so, what significance?
The shape of the hole, yes. So it's rounded. I actually attributed a lot of significance to that.
Describe a lot of significance that you attributed to this hole.
Well, I believe that this hole was made by a canine tooth, and with the tooth going into the shirt, reaching the skin, and then coming out of the shirt, pulling out some fabric with it.
And we'll come back to this. If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to 147B as in David that's in evidence. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
A round hole in the shirt, again with some fabric fibers pointing towards the outside of the shirt.
Is this the same hole that we just saw on 147C or a different hole?
Can we go back? I don't know.
Okay, so let's now go back to Exhibit 150. What
Oh boy.
The dog bite, and
right.
maybe they can move on to something else if it wasn't.
Did you want to get involved?
No, not really.
bite parlance, can you state what your opinion is with regard to bite? So do you have an opinion as to what caused these injuries?
Yes, I believe that these injuries are the result of dog bites and or claw marks.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
That is all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
All right. We are going to move into cross-examination with Brennan. Hopefully it's not Lely.
May I?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Dr. Russell, we've met before.
Yes.
I've asked you questions before.
Yes.
And
Yep.
you've testified before where I've had a chance to ask you about some of your statements and opinions, haven't I?
Yes.
Yep.
Before this case, had you ever testified as an expert in dog bites in any federal court in the United States?
No.
Before this case, had you ever testified in any state court in anywhere in the country as an expert in dog bites?
No.
Other than this case, have you ever testified in a courtroom as an expert about dog bites?
No.
Last year, you learned that there was litigation regarding this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You learned a little bit of information about it, and it piqued your interest, didn't it?
Yes.
Did you know that the case was receiving a lot of attention?
No.
Did you know that it was on television?
I had no idea until I got here.
You spoke to a colleague in Los Angeles, correct?
I'm sorry, I spoke to who?
A colleague?
I spoke to a district attorney in Los Angeles.
And did you just bring up the subject, or did that person bring it up to you?
I brought it up.
When you brought that up, is it because you knew of the relationship between that district attorney and somebody on the defense team?
Yes.
You wanted to get involved in this high-profile case, didn't you?
No.
Well, you weren't called by anybody on the defense and retained as an expert in the traditional sense, were you?
That's correct.
It was after you reached out yourself and interjected yourself into this case, true?
I did so for a reason. And the reason being that I knew I was one of the only people in the United States board certified and residency trained in emergency medicine and also residency trained in forensic pathology. And therefore I had a unique skill or knowledge set. And I was one of the very few people that had the knowledge of dog bites, as well as those other trainings.
And because of the fact that you held this opinion about yourself, you wanted to get involved in this very high profile case, didn't you?
I thought I could help clarify the issues as to whether or not this could be a dog bite, and maybe they can move on to something else if it wasn't.
Did you want to get involved?
No, not really.
Inevitably, you got hired by the defense, didn't you?
Yes, I reluctantly agreed.
And they paid for your time?
They are paying for the time.
Yes. Did you know that there was a relationship between the district attorney you spoke to in California and somebody on this defense table?
I know, yes.
So when you spoke to the district attorney, did you have the hope that they would reach out on your behalf to get you involved in this case?
As I said, I hoped that they could reach out to the team and I could help clarify issues so that they can move on. If these weren't dog bites, then no sense spending a whole bunch of time on it.
After you testified in this case last year, you then began to advertise yourself as a dog bite expert, didn't you?
I had advertised myself many years ago as a dog bite expert, I think. I'm not sure, but yes, I did advertise myself as a emergency medicine and forensic pathology expert
Did you take
with other, sub interests.
Sure. Did you take a photograph of you testifying at trial and put it on a website to promote your accomplishments?
It's a listing service for physicians, and yes, there is a photograph.
So you took a photograph from your participation in this event,
Yes, that's there.
and you used that photograph in your participation at this event to try to procure future work, didn't you?
I wouldn't say that was the reason, no.
When you listed a number of things that you had experience in after this case, you then added that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
I believe I am an expert in dog bites, yes.
But after this case, and after you took the photograph in this case, and after you created this advertising, you then added the fact that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
It was all at the same time, and it was submitted at the same time.
Right. After this case, after you participated
Well-
and volunteered to involve yourself in this case, you then used it as a marketing opportunity, didn't you?
Well, I had retired from my full-time job, and I had time, and I wanted to get more involved in some forensic legal cases, and not specifically dog bite cases. I have much more experience with other cases.
Undoubtedly, I respect that. But simply, after you testified in this case, you did use your participation as a way to try to garner future interest in cases and income, didn't you?
I did, but I did not mention this case.
Have you testified in any other court since this case as a dog bite expert?
No.
You had written a few articles that were peer-reviewed on dog bites back in, is it the 1990s?
Yes,
And they involved law enforcement canines?
yes,
And you describe in those articles how a law enforcement canine grabs and holds, is that the technique they call it?
yes,
Where they lock their jaw and then they pull and hold on to the subject that they're attacking or holding?
yes, that's what they were trained to do back then.
And you would agree that there's a difference between generally the way a domestic dog bites and a law enforcement dog bites.
Generally, yes.
Since those two articles in 1990, have you authored anything else regarding dog bites?
No.
You had mentioned that you had gone to seminars regarding identification. Now, I had a chance to ask you a number of months ago about some details about training and education you have on pattern recognition analysis as it specifically relates to dog bites. Remember I asked you those questions a number of months ago?
I believe you did.
And I'd asked you if you could give us any specific listed trainings that you had regarding pattern recognition analysis of dog bites. And at that time, you did not have any names of any classes or seminars or certificates that you have. You mentioned again today that you have attended seminars regarding dog identification analysis. Do you now know some of those trainings and seminars? And are any of those listed on your CV?
The trainings that I went to on bite marks in general, they were bite marks in general, and included things like how to determine what was a human bite, how to differentiate a human bite from a dog bite. But no, I did not specifically attend seminars limited to dog bites only. However, actually, there was one this past February that I did attend at the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Over your many, many decades, you did not attend any seminars on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
Specifically dog bites, no.
I only want to talk about dog bites. I know you're well trained and educated. I respect that, but I want to talk about dog bites. You didn't attain any certificates in pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
I don't think there are any that exist, any training programs like that.
In fact, forensically, have you ever been presented with a wound and been asked to determine whether or not the source of it was a dog bite, other than right here in this very case? Have you ever been asked to do that in your entire history?
In my clinical career, perhaps once or twice, but not, not that I can give you a specific name.
Well, the couple times, tell us what stands out. When were you asked ever over your entire career to do a forensic evaluation of a wound and identify whether it was a dog bite? When did that happen?
A forensic evaluation? No, never,
Never.
never.
Okay.
It just doesn't come up.
And so this is the first shot, first crack you've had at looking at a photograph and trying to make a determination based just on a photograph, whether or not the wound is generated from a particular
She might take
mechanism, and
offense
in this
to
case,
that.
your opinion, a dog bite.
No, actually, I disagree. I've been taking photographs of dog bites since the 1990s.
And when you took the photographs, you knew they were dog bites.
I did know that they were dog bites.
Have you-
Yes, I have a collection.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
That was it.
So not when you knew it was a dog bite and you took a photo. I know you have an interest. I'm asking, other than this case, there was never, ever a time in your career where you were presented with a photo and asked to give an opinion whether the mechanism of injury was a dog bite, other than this case.
That's correct.
So this is not a pattern recognition analysis engagement that you have any experience in before this effort.
I've recognized that pattern many times.
I appreciate your opinion, but I want to ask my question. You do not have experience over your long, accomplished career in the effort of pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
Brennan, it's pattern, Pattern. I don't know what you're saying. Just very Brennan of him.
You mentioned before, and you just mentioned again, so I want to ask you some more questions. You believe that you are uniquely qualified to look at a photograph and give an opinion about the source of the injury.
I'm not uniquely qualified. That's done all the time in forensic pathology. Many forensic pathologists do that.
Did you just say you're one of the very few physicians in the United States who has both the forensic and the clinical experience to look at a photograph and make a determination, the mechanism of injury?
No, I said, if I said that, then that was incorrect. I meant dog bites. But your question just now was not specific to dog bites.
You're right.
Postmortem photographs are used all the time in forensic pathology for second opinions.
You're right. My apologies. Did you say today and before, have you said that you believe you're one of the only few physicians in the United States who could authoritatively distinguish between causes of wounds when it relates to dog bites?
I did say that, and that's because of my unique training. I don't know of another doctor in the whole United States that did 2 residencies, one in emergency medicine and one in forensic pathology, and has a lifelong interest in dog bites.
So Dr. Russell, from your perspective, as far as you know, you were the only person in the entire United States of America who was qualified to look at a photograph and make a determination whether the wound was derived from a dog bite.
No, I'm one of I'm the only physician that I know of that can do that. There may be, a few others out there. There may be, but I don't know of any other physicians that can do that.
Do you recognize anybody other than yourself who has this very particular expertise to be able to do this kind of work?
She says she's the
I'm
only
not
one she
aware of
knows of.
You were a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist,
Yes,
and you know there's about, would you agree, there's probably about 900 to 1,000 medical examiners around the country at the same time over a period of time?
I believe that there might be. There's probably. I think there's around 500 or 600 practicing forensic pathologists.
And do you think because they are forensic pathologists, those 500 or 600 people have the unique qualifications as you do to be able to give an opinion about the genesis of a wound?
Wounds in general, perhaps. Dog bite wounds, I doubt that very many of them have a specific interest in dog bite wounds.
And so you think that of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites?
Well, if a forensic pathologist has autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not so sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of a case.
Have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. La Posada?
I've heard of Dr. La Posada.
Have you ever read any reports by Dr. La Posada?
No,
Has anybody ever shared with you any information or opinions of Dr. La Posada?
I believe she has a very good reputation.
Have you ever, well, how do you believe that? Who told you that?
Because I've heard of her name at national organizations. I believe she's given presentations nationally. I've seen her name, over a dozen years or so.
Do you know whether or not she has any participation in this case?
I believe she does.
So you know when you're providing accolades that she has maybe some involvement in this case? You know that?
I would provide those same accolades if she didn't have involvement in this case.
Do you know that she has involvement in this case?
I believe she does. The attorneys have not shared everything with me
Well,
in terms of who the witnesses are.
somebody must have shared her name. Who shared her name with you?
I'm very familiar with her name outside this case.
Who shared her name that she may be a participant in this case?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well, somebody meant.
I think I got a file or something, but
Wait, names
Yeah.
are on
So you were
files.
reviewing this case. Did you get materials from any of the
Names are in
attorneys
files. Names are in
offered by Dr.
reports.
Lapasada?
Names are everywhere. That's I get it. He's on cross. He's digging, but like I don't think implying that she was wrongfully informed about who else is working on this case is going to go good with it. They might have questions, but then they might have like a snap realization of like names are everywhere.
I don't think I read a report. I was very interested in reading a report by Dr. Lapasada. I was very interested, but I didn't see one.
So when you received materials in this case, you didn't read all the materials the defense gave you?
I don't believe they gave me the report.
What report?
Any report that Dr. Lapasada might have written.
Do you know whether or not you've received the report or not?
I received something that had her name on it. I don't remember what it was, but I was looking for a medical examiner's or a report, or an actual report, and I did not see one.
Dr. Russell, you are meticulous when you look and examine things.
Right.
So you would know what you've received and what you've read and what you haven't. So the fact that you're telling us that you saw something with her name on it, can you give us a little more information and share with us what it is you actually received about this Dr. Lapasada? What did you get from the defense?
I saw something. I think it was the name of a file folder, but I looked for a report and there was no report in it.
Did you ever ask for one?
I didn't ask because I didn't ask. I really wanted to read it, but I didn't. It wasn't given to me, so I didn't ask.
Were you ever told what other
We all
people's
want to read
opinions
everything.
might be
Like,
regarding
we all
this
want the
photograph?
tea.
I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites.
Did you ever receive any reports from the defense about what other person's opinions would be in this trial about dog bites?
Oh, yes, I received a report authored by a non-physician. Yes.
So when you take on position, you're trying to make the point because you think that person might be your opponent in this case?
I don't have any opponents
Okay, so why do you qualify him as a non-physician?
because I believe that in order to really understand wounds on a human being, one needs to have treated wounds, seen lots of wounds, and I think that the person that is best qualified for that is a physician.
So a medical examiner wouldn't cut it, in your opinion.
Medical examiner is a physician.
So you think a medical examiner has enough experience to come in and give an opinion on
So-
dog bites?
Some, but in their case, I would hope that they have had actual clinical experience with autopsying some cases where there were dog bite wounds, because I don't think they worked in the emergency room or any other clinical setting where they treated people. So I'd want to see if they had experience with dog bites.
I'm doctor as a disqualification. How about a dog trainer? Would a dog trainer who's not a doctor have the experience in your mind to come in and give an opinion about photographs and the genesis of the wounds?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
How about a non-doctor, as you said, you made a distinction.
Uh-huh.
They're simply a dog trainer, maybe even an uncertified dog trainer. Would that person have the qualifications? in your mind
Uncertified
to
dog
look at those
trainer.
photographs and determine whether or not the cause of the injury is a dog bite?
There may be a certain small subset of people who have, very much experience with dog bites that could qualify, as suggesting that these are consistent with dog bites. But I don't think that they could definitively. I think that someone could, who dealt with many dog bites in the past on humans, could possibly say that they were consistent with.
Even if they didn't have the clinical experience?
Well, I prefer to hear that information from a physician, but I wouldn't rule out that only doctors, only a physician, MD, could say that something was a dog bite.
It seems like
Too
the
would
standard's now
like
kind of changing.
Medical information
Because when I
from
asked
a
you,
physician.
You mentioned the other person, you disqualified the person because they weren't a doctor. It seems now in some instances, you're willing to accept a non-doctor into your very select group.
If someone, well, I can explain. If someone had looked at perhaps hundreds and hundreds of wounds inflicted by a dog that they know was inflicted by a dog, and they saw the resulting photographs on a person, I think that particular person may be able to make some comment as to whether or not some wounds are consistent. However, if, in terms of a medical examiner, if they've autopsied one case or two cases of dog bites and they're trying to testify based on some pictures, I would be a little concerned about that.
Does qualification for this type of business, in your mind, depend on who hires you?
Absolutely not.
Suffice to say, you've never taken a class in the forensic analysis of dog bites.
I don't think any class exists.
But I'm asking about your experience.
Well, that's correct.
You haven't, have you?
That's correct. I can't take a course that doesn't exist.
You've never engaged in any type of opinion.
She's not
looking at
letting
photographs
Brennan
and then
get
had that opinion
too
peer
much.
reviewed by other dog bite experts, have you?
No.
Do you have any experience in veterinarian medicine?
I'm aware of it. That's my experience.
Do you have any accomplishments like degrees?
No.
Now, you've testified a number of times in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And when you testify, you know there's a court reporter and there are transcripts, correct?
Yes.
You originally testified when you first came out and volunteered to testify last year, and there was a hearing before trial, wasn't there?
Excuse me. Say again,
When
please.
you volunteered to come out last year, there was a hearing before you testified at trial, wasn't there?
Yes,
Do you remember that was on June 18, 2022?
sounds right.
And then you then testified at trial on June 21st, 2022.
Yes,
I didn't have the privilege of meeting you on either of those events, did I?
no,
But since then, we have met,
yes,
and we had a chance to speak at a subsequent hearing on December 12, 2024.
yes,
And then after that, we again had an opportunity to discuss this on January 7, 2025.
yes.
When you
See that little eye nod?
reviewed the case, when you first reviewed it before you testified last year,
been around.
you had very limited information, didn't you?
Yes,
You had just an autopsy report, photographs from the coroner, photographs from the hospital, an emergency room report. Yes?
yes, I had more than that.
The medical examiner file had a toxicology report.
Yes, and there was more.
Okay.
I believe there was a dog bite, town of Canton report.
Okay. So when you had an opportunity to look at the medical examiner's report, you yourself had been a medical examiner, correct?
Yes,
And there's a unique advantage of actually conducting an autopsy as opposed to just looking at photographs, isn't there?
yes, there is.
And if you were actually conducting the autopsy, you firsthand can make observations about injuries, make measurements, and see things that don't always appear in photographs.
That's correct.
And when you would do medical exams, you had a distinct advantage over people who would later see your work, a written report, or photographs, because you were there actually conducting the investigation.
Yes,
And it's for that reason that when you testified before, you have acknowledged that you relied on Dr. Scordi-Bello's report for information
yes,
because you didn't have the benefit of doing measurements or looking at depths or anything else firsthand.
yes, correct.
And when you look at that photograph that you discussed with the jury, you also
Give
had a
her,
chance
like,
to see
a
Dr.
hair of a
Scordi-Bello's
second to
report
respond.
regarding the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yes,
She described those abrasions as superficial, didn't she?
yes,
She actually gave measurements, 3 centimeter superficial abrasion on the right medial upper arm. Right?
yes,
You not only read that, you deferred to her ability to have a first-hand observation, and you accepted that as true, didn't you?
yes, but there's no interpretation of that abrasion.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Yes,
Did you read that from
I
Dr.
did.
Scordi-Bello?
yes,
Did you accept her finding and
Yes.
observation? And
yes.
you would agree she was in a far superior position than you when she made these observations and notes, correct?
They are not inconsistent with what I said.
That's not what I asked, though.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be sharp. I
Okay.
apologize. Did you rely on her ability and first-hand observation of those wounds?
Yes,
And did you appreciate or accept?
That was I'm giving credit where credit is due. That was absolutely fantastic of Brennan to apologize, even though that's a comment, it's not a question, ask a question. I think that was a fantastic moment that him as a practiced defense attorney took, and like it was just ingrained inside of his soul. When he stepped, he's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, the day's going on, he's getting bigger. He's finally up. He has a chance for cross. He can ask these direct questions, and she's not quite answering the way that he wants him to. He wants her to. Oh my God. And so he's getting bigger and bigger, and he snapped at her, and then he said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to snap." I think that was fantastic. I think that was fantastic for Brennan, for the Commonwealth. That was a moment where the jury went, oh, geez, right. There are times when snapping works. It's fantastic. But what Brennan just did there was wake up the jury, right? Said, hello, pay attention to me now. Thank you. But at the same time, coming back down, looking at this witness, you're a person, I'm a person. He's humbling himself in front of the jury. The jury, people like when people humble themselves. There's comfort there. There's kindness there. There's recognition there. There's respect there. That was a fantastic move. Brennan is a defense attorney through and through, and no one can tell me anything else. No one can tell me otherwise. As a DA, I don't know. As prosecutor, I don't know. Defense attorney, absolutely.
Except the
Absolutely.
fact she had a superior opportunity to evaluate those wounds firsthand that you did not have the benefit of.
she made no interpretation of those ones.
Did you know that Dr. Scordi-Bello had described them as superficial?
They are
Did you know that she said there was no depth and no puncture?
not inconsistent with what I said.
I understand, doctor, but I'm asking you, do you
I know.
know that her position is that there was no puncture and no depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have the witness see the report that he keeps referring to?
Can you answer that question without saying it, or do you need to see it?
Well, I remember it, but there's no inconsistency here. I agree with that.
Would you accept that Dr. Scordi-Bello's opinion is that there was no depth and no puncture to those wounds?
May I see the report?
It might not be in the report. I'm asking about any testimony, anything that she's ever said. Would you agree or accept her position that there is no puncture or depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Like all the questions that were about an autopsy. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
they're going on sidebar. We're going to skip ahead. Let's see how long of a sidebar it is. Oh, and of course the internet is. Okay, we might have to.
Court, that those superficial abrasions did not have any puncture or depth. Would you agree with that assessment?
Objection, Your Honor.
In that form, it's sustained.
Would you agree that the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no punctures?
I agree.
Would you agree that the abrasions, the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no depth?
No measurable depth. Yes.
Between the last time you testified and then you testified here today, have you spoken to the attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No.
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
They don't appear to have any punctures.
But you, in the past, have testified very, very differently than that, haven't you?
No.
Now, we've spoken many times. I'm going to go through many of those examples later. But
All right, let's go then.
over the course of your many testimonies under oath, would it be fair to say that you have changed your opinions about the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm many times?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
In the past, when you were describing Mr. O'Keefe's superficial abrasions on his arm, did you give varying and different opinions about the cause of each individual wound, area of wound?
I don't believe so.
When you first gave opinions, that was before the last proceeding. You came in and you were questioned before you testified in that initial proceeding, right? I'm trying to be as specific as I can. You testified last year?
Yes.
And Please.
There was a hearing and then there was a proceeding.
Okay. That prior hearing, can we call the first event the prior hearing and the next one the prior proceeding?
I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm just trying to follow the rules. The first time you testified was just before the judge?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified before the judge, do you remember that you had uncertainty about how each and every one of those wounds was caused?
I don't remember that.
And do you remember when you then testified a couple of days later at the proceeding that some of your opinions changed from the first time you testified?
I don't believe that.
And then when you later met me and we had a chance to talk over the last two events, December and January, would it be fair to say that your opinions regarding the individual areas of wound changed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. At some point before or during our conversations in December and January, you wrote a report, didn't you?
Yes,
When you wrote that report, you hadn't written a report before the first time you came in and testified, had you?
that's correct.
And it was between those hearings in December and in January where you wrote your first report.
Sounds correct.
You dated that report December 9, 2024. Does that ring a bell?
Yes,
When you wrote that report, you did not write that report alone, did you?
I did.
You had some help, didn't you?
Not in the content of the report.
Well, you sent the report back a number of times for review and revisions, didn't you?
In terms of organization,
And some of the language in this report is really not your language. It's the language of somebody who helped you write some of this, isn't it?
you know, if somebody helped me write it, it would have been much better written than that.
Didn't you agree that you had some assistance with the report? Haven't you testified to that before?
And no, and in terms of organization, there was some comments, though, this sentence belongs, with this paragraph or whatever. But in terms of content, that was my work.
Well, it was your report, correct?
It's my report.
And when you write a report, it's your words, not somebody else's. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you had somebody assisting you. True.
In terms of organization, yes.
Who was helping you with the report?
It was somebody from the law office.
Well, it was this gentleman right here, Attorney Alisi, who just asked you questions. He helped you,
No,
didn't
actually, it wasn't.
he? Was it from his law firm that somebody helped you?
I believe so, but it was in terms of organization.
Do you remember who was helping you with your report?
I don't remember her name.
Would you agree that after that report was written, many of your opinions changed?
No.
In your report, you provide your background.
Interesting.
Yes?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine since 1988
Yes.
as a physician?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine as a surgeon?
It's called, in California, it's called physician and surgeon license.
Do you have a physician and surgeon's license?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever practiced as a surgeon?
Well, in the emergency department, we do surgery. We have to do some surgery sometimes. We have to open up people's chests and, and compress the heart sometimes when they have gunshot wounds to the chest. I've had to put chest tubes in. I've had to debride dog bite wounds and other wounds. So yes, there is a component of surgery.
If you do stitches, that's considered surgery, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, medically speaking, stitches is surgery.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. Do you have a surgeon's license?
I have a physician and surgeon's license in California.
Now, when you first looked at this case and testified, do you remember when you were looking at Mr. O'Keefe's superficial wounds, you said that you thought they appeared to be consistent with an animal attack?
I do remember that.
And when you were describing animal attack, you were a lot less specific than you were today, weren't you?
Yes.
You were less sure about your opinion when you first testified about this case than you provided to this jury today?
I was certain that it was a dog attack. However, as I mentioned before to you, in medicine, we're taught never, nothing is 100%, and therefore never say, anything's 100%. So that's why I gave that that generalization. However, I have reviewed the case. I personally was certain that those were dog marks. Now, I have reviewed this case over and over and over again. Plus, I've read additional articles more than once, and which substantiate again my findings. So, so my degree of certainty perhaps increased.
So when you first testified in this case back in June of 2022, are you agreeing that your testimony was less certain than today?
I believed that it was a dog attack at that time.
When you testified, you didn't say dog attack, you said animal attack at the beginning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the cause, you said that it could be bite or scratch wounds.
Correct.
So back in June, when you were looking at individual wounds, you, at that time anyways, were unable to differentiate between bite and scratch wounds.
They are very similar.
I understand, but today you seem pretty unequivocal. So I want to go back to the beginning and see the evolution. I'm asking a question.
All right. So the argumentative part is out. Ask the question, Mr. Mayor.
I want to go back to
But no
identify the
mention
evolution of
to
your
ask
opinions.
questions,
So
no
let's start
comments.
At the beginning.
So question, please.
At the beginning, before your opinion evolved, you started with an opinion that this could have been either bite or scratch wounds, right?
Yes.
And if there was actually a methodology where you could identify superficial abrasions and make a determination whether it was from an animal or a dog, there would be something definitive, specific, where you could identify a scratch from a bite wound, wouldn't there be?
Not unless there was a piece of tooth in the wound or a piece of nail. There would otherwise not be any specificity.
You talked about patterns when you first testified back in June of last year.
Mhm.
And when you talked about the patterns, again, you had some uncertainty whether those patterns were caused by nails, claws, or could have been caused by teeth. Isn't that fair to say originally that was your position?
There is some overlap in terms of the appearances. They can appear very similar, and they can be arranged very similar in terms of parallel lines.
In fact, when you first testified, you weren't consistently even saying that it was a dog, or as you say today, dog attack. You were saying, in your opinion, that they were the result of animal bites or scratches. That was what you originally opined, isn't it?
We just went through that, yes.
And at some point, you said that it might most likely be a large dog.
Her
Remember
calling
that?
him out on the repetition is really funny.
So why don't we take a break for today? All right, so jurors, we're not going to finish this case in the next 5 minutes. So it seems like a good place to break. I do have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case,
Okay, thank you.
Are they going to go back on the record, maybe do anything else? Let me just see if they do anything else for the day. Nope, they do not. All right, we got through the day. I did not think we were going to get through the day. But what an interesting day it was. Was it? That's wild. Okay. Well, we had a lot at the top. We had a lot at the top. And then a little oh my gosh. We had a lot at the top. I don't know why my music app just opened. And then interesting but lower energy. God, I pulled out the wrong one. Hold on. And pulled out the wrong one. And lower energy, but still very much interesting. At the end of the day. Thank you so much, you all, for being here. I don't think I've gotten that heated about a witness yet with Kelly. Dever. I needed it. Boy, I blew off some steam. Sorry it was at your expense, but it had to be done. It had to be done. I'm pretty sure whatever I have said, which I'm not responsible to remember, whatever I've said, however I shared my opinion, I'm sure that there are people on the internet who have done, 18 times worse and meaner things than I have. And I don't think I was just mean. I was just reacting to some of the insanity that we have experienced today. The next time you see me probably won't be on a live stream. It might be just in like a little short video of where we're at, what's going on. I'm going to do my best to try to catch y'all as soon as possible with a live stream, but I have some just life things happening that will probably most likely get in the way of that for a couple of days, but I will stay up to date. I will stay gathered up with the tea. And if anything crazy happens, I will, even if it's like a late night necessity video, I will make a little video and touch base with y'all. I appreciate everyone kind of showing up and showing out and participating. It means a lot from a little tiny baby channel, who is also not a lawyer in the field of court and trials. It's awesome. It is so stinking cool. So tell your friends if they want some wild court vibes to go back and watch this day's trial day with me. Feel free to let people know that I exist, and we'll see where it all takes us, shall we? Subscribe, be good. I don't get in the van, Karen. It's crazy. That's wild. So I want you guys to be good out there. I don't want the next case to be you. That's so corny and cheesy. Be good. Take care of yourselves. I will see you soon. Go take your Claritin, drink your water, and get sleep. Those are things. Those are good things to do, right? Those are good things. The allergy season is happening. All right. I will see you next time. I guess I'll play my intro as my outro because I still don't have an outro. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.